Story 1. I bought a house in secret until I saw my mom showing it and offering it to my brother and his wife, saying they needed it more. I never planned to keep it a secret, but when no one asks about your life, silence becomes a habit. That's how it started, with silence. Then it became mine. All mine. I bought the house with the money I'd been saving quietly for years, plus my grandmother's inheritance that I'd kept untouched in a separate account. While my siblings accepted help like it was their birthright, I worked late cleaning teeth and spent weekends photographing weddings, graduations, families I didn't know. I cut corners. I learned to make rice 10 different ways. I said no to everything fun, indulgent, spontaneous. There was no safety net waiting for me, just discipline, exhaustion, and the quiet thought, maybe someday this will pay off. The house wasn't glamorous. It was a small 2-bedroom bungalow in an older neighborhood with creaky stairs and wallpaper from another decade. But the moment I saw it, I knew it wasn't about the house itself. It was what it represented. Something I built on my own. Something no one gave me. I didn't tell my family, not because I wanted revenge or power, but because I already knew how it would go. My mother would frown and ask, "Alone?" My brother would laugh like it was cute. My father would nod like I'd done something tolerable, but unimpressive. They always saw me as the one who didn't need much. The quiet one, the one who just gets by. That's what people do when you don't ask for help. They assume you don't need anything. For a while, keeping it secret felt like safety. I slept on a mattress on the floor, surrounded by boxes and paint cans. I fixed the leak under the kitchen sink myself. After watching 6 tutorials, I painted each room slowly, carefully. I picked out soft lighting, warm wood tones. Everything I touched felt like a small rebellion. There was no one to criticize my choices. No one to ask why I painted the bedroom a dark olive green. No one to suggest I get rid of the mismatched antique mirror. No one to remind me that I was still single, like it was a problem to fix. For the first time, I had space that reflected me, not what others expected of me. I still had my apartment near work, which gave me an excuse not to say anything. I told my coworkers I was helping a friend redo a house. That was partially true. The friend was me. The house was mine. My secret. Every free moment I had, I was there. Even when I wasn't painting or fixing something, I'd sit on the back steps with tea and watch the leaves fall, letting the quiet remind me that I hadn't failed. Not really. I'd survived. I'd made it. And even if no one clapped for me, I could clap for myself. When my landlord mentioned break-ins in the neighborhood, I decided to install a basic security system with cameras around the property. It wasn't paranoia, just practical protection for my investment. I told myself maybe one day I'd invite them all, host a dinner, reveal everything, let their surprise fill the space. Maybe they'd see me differently, maybe they wouldn't, but at least I could say, I did this. That day never came. 6 weeks passed. I continued working both jobs, balancing my apartment and my house like parallel lives. My mother called occasionally, usually to talk about my brother's latest business move or my sister's drama. When she asked where I'd been lately, I said, busy with work. She didn't ask what else I was busy with. I kept waiting for a moment that felt right, but it never showed up. Then, on a gray Thursday, everything shifted. It was a normal afternoon. I had just finished with a patient, a teenager who barely spoke, and was reviewing sterilization charts in the back office when my phone buzzed. I glanced down, expecting a calendar reminder. Motion detected. Front door. I paused, tapped the alert. The video opened. I frowned. My mother stood at my front door with a key. She wasn't alone. My brother's wife stood behind her holding a reusable shopping bag. And behind them, a third woman, someone I didn't recognize, blonde, dressed in business casual, holding a folder. I watched, frozen. My mother unlocked the door like she'd done it 100 times. They stepped inside, laughing, chatting. The stranger turned and said something I couldn't make out, and my mother gestured grandly toward the living room. Took a full minute before I realized what was happening. She was giving them a tour of my house with my key, without my permission. My chest tightened, my skin prickled. I suddenly remembered 3 weeks ago when I had the flu and couldn't drive myself to urgent care. I called my mother. She'd driven me, stayed while I got treated, then took me home to the apartment. I'd been so foggy from fever that when she offered to grab my house keys, just in case you need anything picked up, I'd barely registered handing them over. Never asked for them back. I lowered the volume and watched the video stuttering slightly as they moved. From room to room. My house, my walls, my furniture, my refuge. They had walked right in like it belonged to them. I kept watching. They walked through the hallway like they were shopping. My mother's voice floated through the audio. The natural light in this room is lovely in the mornings. She opened the curtains I just hemmed last week. My sister-in-law nodded, murmured something. The stranger, who I now realized had to be a real estate agent, jotted notes on clipboard. They stopped in the kitchen. My kitchen. I had sanded and stained those cabinets. Myself, replacing the knobs one by one after work, choosing a warm brass finish. Because it reminded me of the tiny diner where I used to eat pancakes after long shifts. My mother leaned against the counter, completely at ease, pointing out the original hardwood floors like she'd paid for them. The longer I watched, the colder I felt. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. Didn't call anyone. I just stared at my phone, breathing through my nose, trying not to shake. When they reached the second bedroom, the one I was planning to turn into a small studio for photo editing, the agent gestured to the walls, speaking clearly. With a fresh coat of paint and maybe updated blinds, this could be a perfect nursery. Nursery. That word hit like a slap. I ended the stream. My hands stayed clenched. Around the phone long after the screen went dark. Back in the clinic, the fluorescent lights buzzed. Someone called my name from the front desk. I didn't answer. I was sitting upright, perfectly still, but everything inside me had tipped sideways. I told my boss I had a migraine. I don't know how I made it to the parking lot without crumbling. I sat in my car, engine off, fists resting against the steering wheel, feeling the kind of stillness that comes right before a storm. Not the dramatic, cinematic rage I thought betrayal would look like. Just a quiet devastation. They didn't even think to ask. Not my mother, not my brother, not his wife. The idea that someone had entered my space, that someone had walked across my floors, opened my drawers, breathed in the scent of my soap, without permission, made my skin feel foreign. By the time I got there, they were gone. Everything looked exactly as I'd left. But it didn't feel the same. I stood in the doorway, staring at the worn doormat, wondering how long they'd been planning this. How many times had she intended to come back? Had she been waiting for the right moment to tell me her plan? I went through every room one by one like I was searching for proof. Cushion out of place, a drawer slightly open, a missing glass. Nothing was obviously disturbed, but it all felt touched, violated, like someone had been pretending to be me while I wasn't looking. In the living room, I spotted something on the console by the window. Piece of paper folded neatly in half. I picked it up. It was my mother's handwriting. Slanted, purposeful. Written in blue pen on the back of a grocery store receipt. This place is far too big for you. Think about what's really practical. You'll understand one day. No greeting, no signature, no apology, just that. My throat tightened. I stood there with the note in my hand and realized she didn't see it as mine. None of them did. In their eyes, I was just borrowing time, holding on to something. Until someone more deserving, someone with a husband, maybe a baby, could take over. I slept at my apartment that night, not because it was closer to work, but because I couldn't stomach being inside walls that had been trespassed. The next morning, I skipped my usual shift at the clinic and drove straight to the house. I parked across the street, watching I don't know what I expected. Someone slipping out with a duffel bag? A sign on the lawn? Nothing happened. Just silence. I texted my mother only 4 words. I need my key back. She replied 20 minutes later. I still have it from when you were sick. You shouldn't be out there alone so much. We're just looking out for you. Looking out for me? I didn't answer. Couldn't. I sat on the floor, legs pulled to my chest, and stared at the blank wall I hadn't decided how to decorate yet. There had been so many moments I'd wanted to share with someone. How proud I felt the first time I fixed a leaky faucet. How warm the kitchen looked at dusk. How soft the bedroom was when it rained. But not like this. Not as a transaction. Not as a gift to be reassigned. Later that evening, I checked the camera history. There was one other entry I hadn't seen from just 4 days earlier. My mother alone walking through with a measuring tape. My home had been a showroom, a secret she used for her own story. Maybe she thought I wouldn't notice. Or maybe she counted on me not saying anything like I always did. But I wasn't quiet anymore. I didn't wait long. The next morning, I sat at the kitchen table of my apartment, with the note still folded in my pocket. My phone was on speaker. The screen lit up with her name. It rang twice before she answered. You're up early, she said, her voice light, like we were picking a brunch spot. I saw the camera footage, I said flatly. There was a pause. Not long, just enough for her to decide how she'd play it. Oh, she said. I figured you might eventually. You used a key I gave you for an emergency. You entered my house without permission. You brought people with you and you left a note. A sigh. The kind that always came right before the guilt trips. You're making this bigger than it is. No, you made it bigger the second you stepped inside. I only went because your brother and his wife are going through a tough time. Thought it might help to see what's out there. And that place, it's lovely, but it's too much for just one person. Don't you think? There it was. The thesis, the sentence that summarized every subtle dismissal. I swallowed for years. It's not too much for me, I said. I bought it. I earned it. I live there. Another pause. I imagined her sitting at her kitchen counter, probably still in her robe, coffee half finished, not understanding why I was upset or pretending not to. I know you worked hard, she said, like she was patting me on the head, through the phone. But it's not just about that. Houses are meant for families. There's a lot of space, a lot of responsibility. You're not even there full-time. And with your schedule. I cut her off. You don't get to decide what I can handle. I'm not deciding. I'm worrying. No, you're controlling. She inhaled sharply, clearly offended. Don't speak to me like that. Then stop treating me like I'm 10. She laughed, but it was tight, defensive. I'm your mother. I'll always care. What's best for you? Caring doesn't involve sneaking into someone's home and showing it to a real estate agent. Now her tone shifted. She's not an agent. She's a friend. She works in staging. I just wanted an opinion. You wanted an opinion on how to give away something that doesn't belong to you. She was just looking. Nothing was decided. You're missing the point, I said, my voice rising. You shouldn't have been there at all. She's pregnant, my mother said, like that excused everything. I blinked. What? Your brother's wife. They haven't told anyone yet. I shouldn't have said it, but they're desperate. Their apartment is cramped and his business isn't doing well. This house, it could be a real step forward for them. I stared at the wall, trying to process the weight of what she just dropped like. It was weather talk. So, you walked into my home and imagined a future where I just handed over. It's not about taking anything from you. Then what is it about? She went quiet and then spoke softly. You're alone. You have no partner, no children. You work too much. I thought maybe you'd see that this isn't practical long-term, that it doesn't have to be yours forever. I pressed my thumb against the corner of the table, grounding myself. Let me say this clearly, I said. That house is mine. I paid for it. Every nail, every tile, every chipped bit of paint. It is not temporary. It's not transitional. It's not waiting to be handed off to someone you think is more deserving. You're being dramatic. No, I'm being firm. You're throwing away your family over a house. No, I said. You're threatening to throw me away because I finally claimed something of my own. The line went silent for several seconds. Then she spoke low and sharp. You've always been difficult. I almost laughed. No, I've always been quiet. That's different. I hope you can live with this choice. I've been living with your choices my whole life. I think I'll be fine. I hung up before she could reply. My hands were shaking, but I felt strangely calm. The kind of calm that only comes after a storm you didn't start but finished. I expected an explosion afterward. Messages, calls, accusations. But there was nothing. Hours passed, then a day, then two. Not even my brother reached out. For a moment, I wondered if I'd gone too far, if I should have been softer. But then I pictured my mother standing in my hallway with a stranger, smiling like she owned the place, like I was just someone who got in the way. No, that door needed to be closed. This time by me. I booked the locksmith the next morning. There was no hesitation, no second guessing. I didn't even wait for the weekend. I called from the back of the dental clinic during lunch, chewing on a protein bar while holding the phone between my shoulder and cheek. The woman on the line said she could have someone there by noon the next day. I told her I'd take off work. It was the most satisfying call I'd made in months. I arrived early. The locksmith was a man with calloused hands and a voice like gravel. He didn't ask questions, just nodded when I said, "Full change. All exterior locks." I watched him work, standing a few feet away like it was a medical procedure, as if staying close might make it feel more final, more mine. When he handed me the new keys, I held them like something sacred. "Only you with copies?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "Only me." That night, I slept at the house again. Mattress on the floor, surrounded by soft shadows and silence. But this time, the quiet didn't feel so vulnerable. Felt earned. I didn't hear from anyone for 4 days. No texts, no voicemails, no awkward apologies disguised as check-ins. Just the absence I had apparently triggered by daring to say no. It stung, of course it did. But beneath the sting was something solid. For once, the silence felt like mine. On the 5th day, a car pulled into the driveway. I was in the kitchen unpacking groceries, listening to a podcast about art theft, when the notification pinged. Motion detected. Driveway. I set down the bag of spinach and walked slowly to the window. It was her. She didn't knock immediately. First, she stood on the porch, staring at the front door like she expected it to open on its own. Her purse was slung over one shoulder, her mouth pinched into that neutral expression she used when she was holding back a lecture. Then she tried the handle. When it didn't budge, her face changed. She knocked once, sharp, then again louder. I stepped toward the door, heart thudding. I didn't open it. I spoke through the wood. "You don't have a key anymore." A pause. "I figured," she said. Her voice was flat, unreadable. I waited. "I just wanted to talk." We're talking through the small glass panel beside the door. I saw her shift. Her weight. She looked smaller somehow, less certain. Maybe it was the barrier. Or maybe it was just the first time I'd refused to make it easy. "I know you're angry," she said. "I'm not angry. I'm done being quiet." Another silence. "I only ever wanted to help." "No, you wanted control. That's not fair. It's not up for debate." I could hear her inhale, then speak with that carefully controlled tone she used during PDA meetings and doctors' appointments. "Your brother and his wife are going through something difficult. You don't know the whole picture. And I never will if people keep making choices behind my back." She stepped closer. I watched her hand hover over the doorframe like she wanted to touch it. "I raised you to be practical." "No," I said. You raised me to be useful, to adapt, to expect less. Practicality was just the excuse. That's not true. Then why is it so hard for you to let me have something? She didn't answer. Why does it bother you that I own this place? That I'm fine without help? That I didn't need permission? Her voice cracked just slightly. Because I don't want you to end up alone. I laughed, sharp and dry. You already made sure I was. I didn't say it to hurt her. I said it because it was true. Every family dinner, where my achievements were glossed over. Every time someone else's crisis became more important than my progress, every assumption that I didn't need help. Because I wasn't falling apart loudly enough. She pressed her hand against the door. You think I don't see you, but I do. Too late. A long beat passed. Then she said, "This is a mistake. You'll regret shutting people out." "No," I said quietly. "What I regret is letting you in." I stepped away from the door. I didn't wait for a reply. A minute later I heard the car pull out of the driveway. I didn't cry. I didn't shake. I finished putting away the groceries, sat at the kitchen table, and let the quiet fill the space again. Only this time it was protected. It was mine. The silence stretched longer than I thought it would. First it felt like peace. I kept waiting for another knock, another voicemail, another demand, disguised as concern. But the days passed quietly. No messages from my mother, no unannounced visits, just quiet. And then, slowly, the superficial texts began. My brother sent the first one too. Weeks later, "Hey, Mom's still pretty upset. Maybe reach out." A few days after that, another "no judgment. Just saying, this isn't worth blowing up the family over. Think about it." I didn't reply. Then my sister chimed in with a screenshot of a casserole sheet. "Made missing family dinners. Let's all just move on." Each message was like a pebble thrown at a window I just sealed shut. Not enough to break anything. Just enough to remind me that they were still outside, waiting for me to come crawling back through the cracks. No one asked how I was. No one said, "That was wrong of her." No one wondered why I'd felt so cornered. They just wanted me to undo the mess I didn't create. So I stayed quiet. In the house, I found myself scrubbing baseboards that didn't need scrubbing, reorganizing the kitchen drawers, folding and refolding towels. I replaced the doorbell, installed blackout curtains in the bedroom, ordered frames for photos I'd taken but never printed. I hung them in the hallway. Sunrises, foggy streets, stray cats. Images that felt like proof of a life I had built without applause. Some days I felt proud. Others I felt like a stranger in my own skin. Because the truth is, even when you choose distance, it doesn't mean you stop wanting to be chosen. I still woke up thinking I should check my phone for some real message, an acknowledgement, a sign that someone in that house remembered who I was outside of the role I'd always played. But all I got were polite reminders to fall back into line. My days were full. Work at the clinic, editing photos late at night, errands, house projects. But the quiet in between felt sharper now. I'd never been someone who needed a crowd. I liked stillness. But this stillness wasn't soft. It echoed. Sometimes I caught myself rehearsing conversations out loud, imagining what I'd say if they actually apologized, what I'd say if they didn't, what I'd do if my mother showed up again. I never landed on anything satisfying. One night, after a long day photographing a couple who couldn't stop bickering, between poses, I came home and stood in the living room for a long time without turning on the lights. The house was silent, dim, familiar, and for the first time it felt heavy. I sat on the couch and tried to remember the last time I'd laughed with someone in this room. The last time someone sat across from me just to talk. Not to take, not to fix, just to be there. The thought pressed down on me, slow and suffocating. It wasn't that I regretted what I'd done. I didn't. But being right doesn't stop you from feeling alone. That night, I slept with the hallway light on, just one bulb, a small defiance, against the dark. In the morning, I made strong coffee, pulled on a hoodie, and took my camera. Into the yard. The garden bed was half prepped, soil turned over, but no plants. Yet, I knelt and started removing weeds by hand, one by one, fingers cold in the morning air. It wasn't about the weeds. It was about taking control of what I could. The house had become my mirror. Strong, unfinished, marked by effort. But even mirrors need light to reflect anything at all. I was beginning to realize I couldn't do everything in isolation. Not forever, but I didn't want false connection either. If someone was going to step inside this house again, it had to be someone who saw me, not someone who looked past me to imagine what I could be traded for. The texts from my siblings stopped after I didn't respond for a week. I didn't miss them exactly. I missed what they could have been, what we could have been, if they'd ever truly made space for me to be more than the one who keeps quiet, who makes do, who disappears when convenient. I started sleeping full-time at the house after my lease ended. One night, as I sat on the back step sipping tea, the air turned brisk and sharp. I looked up and watched the sky shift. The moon was nearly full. I whispered into the dark, "You're not crazy for wanting more." Felt strange at first, then steady. Said it again, louder this time. "You're not crazy for wanting more." And for once, the silence that answered didn't hurt. It agreed. She showed up on a Thursday, 3 weeks later, unannounced, holding a grocery bag in one arm and a bottle of red wine in the other. I opened the door, still wearing my cleaning gloves, one AirPod in, music humming faintly in my right ear. I blinked at her. "You didn't text," I said. She raised an eyebrow. "You haven't answered a text in almost a month." I figured. "You forgot how doors work." I didn't. She held the bag up. "I brought food." There was no point arguing. She walked past me like she owned the place, which was the closest thing I had to comfort lately. I closed the door behind her and peeled off the gloves. In the kitchen, she started unpacking. Crackers, soft cheese, grapes, a container of something warm that smelled like roasted garlic. I leaned against the counter, arms crossed, watching her. "So," she said, slicing the foil on the wine bottle, "want to tell me what's going on? Or should we eat first and pretend you're totally fine?" "I am fine." She gave me a look. "Please, I've known you since before you knew what concealer was." "You're not fine." I sighed, ran a hand through my hair, and grabbed 2 glasses. We sat at the small table by the window, the one I'd sanded and stained myself, the legs still a little uneven. She poured the wine, pushed a napkin toward me, and waited. "I told them," I finally said, "about the house." "Sort of." She popped a grape in her mouth. "Define sort of. They found out. My mom let herself in, gave a tour, left a note telling me to think practically." Her eyes widened. "Wait, she came inside? How did she have a key?" "I gave it to her when I was sick last month. Forgot to ask for it back." She set her glass down harder than necessary. "That's insane." "I know." "And then what?" I confronted her. She said the house was too much for someone single. She was showing it to my brother and his wife. They're expecting. Her face twisted. "So, she was just repurposing your life." I nodded. "Exactly." She leaned back in her chair, staring at me like I was an unsolved puzzle. "And what did you do?" I changed the locks, stopped responding, told her she crossed a line. "That's not just a line," she said. "That's your entire boundary smashed with a crowbar." I let the silence settle between us, broken only by the faint creak of the walls and the ticking clock above the sink. "Do you regret it?" she asked quietly. "What? The house?" "No, standing up to them." I took a sip of wine and stared at the grain in the table. Sometimes I wonder if it was worth the silence. But then I remember how she looked when she walked through my door like it was hers. And I know I couldn't stay quiet this time. She nodded slowly. "You shouldn't have to, but I did for years. And they liked it that way." She tore a piece of bread and dipped it into the container. "I get it, really. But is this it? Is this what you wanted? A house that no one visits? Family that won't talk to you unless you apologize. It's what I needed. I was tired of shrinking to make room for everyone else. She met my eyes. And now that you've expanded, is there room for anyone else? The question hit me harder than I expected. I swallowed. I don't know. She tilted her head. You don't have to be either invisible or untouchable. There's space in between. I don't know if they deserve that space. They probably don't, she said, not missing a beat. But you do. You deserve connection. Real connection. Not the kind that comes with conditions or keys. Made behind your back. I looked around the kitchen, the lighting I'd chosen, the walls I'd painted, the silence I'd curated so carefully. I wanted this to be mine, I said, without needing anyone's permission. It is yours, she said. But ownership doesn't mean isolation. I didn't respond. We finished eating in silence, not uncomfortable, just full of thoughts. Afterward, we moved to the couch. She curled her legs under her, sipping the last of the wine. I sat beside her, feet flat on the rug, hands resting on my knees. You're strong, she said gently, but you don't have to be alone to prove it. I closed my eyes. I just don't know how to be in the middle. It was always either be quiet and accepted or speak up and get shut out. She rested her head against my shoulder. Maybe this is the start of something different. Something where you decide who gets in and who doesn't. That night after she left, I sat by the front door for a long time. I didn't check the cameras. I didn't check my phone. I just listened to the quiet and asked myself, if I let someone back in, would I recognize the sound of real belonging? I wasn't sure, but for the first time I wanted to find out. She texted me on a Monday, 5 weeks after my mother's last visit. Just a short message. Can we talk? Just you and me, please. I stared at the screen for a full minute. I hadn't heard from her since the last group dinner weeks before the house incident. She'd been quiet during the fallout. No messages, no defenses, no accusations, just silence. Now this. I thought about ignoring it, about letting the conversation die before it began. But something in the phrasing, just you and me, landed differently. I replied, tomorrow, 5 at the house. She showed up right on time. She wore no makeup, no perfect hair, no curated outfit, just jeans, sneakers, and a loose gray sweater that made her look smaller than usual. I opened the door before she knocked. Hi, she said carefully. I stepped aside and let her in. She walked in slowly, looking around like she wasn't sure if she was welcome. I gestured toward the kitchen and she followed. I offered her tea. She nodded. We sat for a moment. Neither of us spoke. She looked down at her hands, fiddling with the sleeves of her sweater. I waited. Finally, she took a breath. I didn't know she was going to do that, she said, quietly. Bring someone, the staging woman. I didn't answer, she continued. I asked her for help. That part's true. But not like that. I never asked her to take your house. I looked at her. Her face was pale, eyes tired. Not performative, just raw. You asked her for help with what? I said. She hesitated, then leaned forward, elbows on the table. We're not doing as well as it looks, she said. Your brother's business isn't stable. He took on some clients that didn't pay out. We've been behind on rent for months. I blinked. She pushed her hair behind one ear. I didn't want to ask anyone. He wouldn't. His pride. Yeah, I said, more bitterly than I intended. That sounds familiar. I thought maybe she could co-sign something or help us refinance. But instead, she started pushing this idea about your place, about how it was too much house for you, about how it would be more useful for a family. That word again, she made it sound like you wouldn't mind, she added softly. I scoffed. Of course she did. I didn't know she had taken your key. I didn't know she was showing it like it was already decided. I leaned back in my chair, pressing my fingertips together to keep my voice level. So, you're saying it was her idea? I'm saying it spiraled. And I didn't stop it. That admission held weight. We sat in silence. My tea went cold. I wanted to come sooner, she said. But I didn't know what to say. I didn't want to lie, and I didn't want to defend what she did, but I also couldn't just let you think I was fine with it. Were you? I asked. Her eyes met mine. No. I studied her face. I thought about all the years I'd watched her slide into the family like a puzzle piece. How my mother praised her. How my brother was always the shining one. I'd spent years assuming they lived in a world of clean answers and easy choices. And now here she was, fragile, messy, human. Why didn't you ask me directly? I asked. She gave a weak smile. Because I assumed you'd say no. I probably would have. I know. We both laughed. Just once. A short, surprised breath of irony. I'm not angry at you, I said after a pause. But I'm not going to pretend it didn't hurt. I don't expect you to, she said. I just wanted to stop pretending everything was fine. The sun was dipping low outside, streaks of orange cutting across the floor. The house felt still again, but not empty. She stood slowly. I won't come back unless you invite me. I mean that. I nodded. At the door, she turned. He's ashamed, she said. He won't say it. But he is about the business, about not being able to provide the way he thought he would. I opened the door for her. I understand shame, I said. But it doesn't justify what happened. No, she agreed. It doesn't. She stepped outside, then stopped. For what? It's worth, she said. Your house is beautiful. This time I believed her. And when I closed the door, it didn't feel like I was shutting her out. It felt like I was closing something that finally had an ending. That night I couldn't sleep. The house was quiet, but not in the soothing way I come to love. It felt tight, like the walls were holding their breath. My conversation with her kept echoing. Her voice soft, her eyes avoiding mine. The way she said, he's ashamed. I sat on the couch long after midnight, sipping cold tea and thinking about him. My brother, the one who had always known exactly how to move through the world. In a way I didn't. Charming, loud when it served him, quiet when it didn't. The one who never had to ask twice for anything. The one who somehow always had more room than the rest of us. I realized something that night. I had spent so long resenting how easily he received things that I'd never stopped to wonder what he might be hiding behind that ease. It didn't make what happened right, but it made it harder to flatten him into a villain. Still, that didn't mean I wanted to forgive. It just meant I couldn't ignore the nuance anymore. The next morning, I walked into the second bedroom, my almost studio, and stood in the middle of the floor. The pale light was soft and even, just the way I'd imagined when I first painted the walls. I stared at the space, thinking about how close I came to losing it without even realizing it. They had never seen me as permanent. That's what stung. Not just that they wanted the house, but that they thought I'd step aside, that I'd quietly move out like I'd always moved out. Of the way, of conflict, of attention, of inheritance. And my mother, God, it hit me then in a way it hadn't before. She probably thought she was helping. Twisted as it was, she didn't think she was stealing. She thought she was correcting a mistake. A house in my name felt like a misplacement of resources to her, something unnatural, something to be fixed before it got out of hand. I sat on the floor and leaned against the wall, knees pulled up, forehead resting on my arms. This was the part no one talks about when they say boundaries are empowering. The part where you finally get what you want and then realize how much you lost along the way. The house was safe now. I secured it, locked it down, but I hadn't prepared for the hollowness that came after reclaiming it. The next few days passed slowly. My routines remained intact. Work, edits, errands, projects, but I moved through them like someone else was steering. Not sad exactly, but detached. The idea came quietly in the middle of a Tuesday. I was rinsing dishes when it struck. Not a lightning bolt, not a grand epiphany, just a quiet, measured thought. What if I invite them here? Not to surrender, not to smooth things over, but to set the terms. My terms. The house had become a symbol of everything I'd fought for. Autonomy, respect, space. And yet, I'd spent the last few weeks defending it from behind locked doors. I hadn't opened it with pride. I'd hidden in it, protected myself. But maybe it was time to reclaim it in another way. I didn't want to reconcile for the sake of performance. I didn't want to hear excuses dressed up as affection. I wanted honesty, clarity, maybe even the beginning of something different, or maybe just closure. That night, I drafted the message. Simple, no theatrics. I'm making dinner this Sunday at the house. If you'd like to come, you're invited. Come as you are. I sent it to my mother, my brother, my sister, and, to my own surprise, my father too. Then I turned my phone face down and refused to obsess over their replies. It didn't take long. My brother was the first. We'll be there. Then my sister. You're cooking? Can I bring dessert? Even my father replied with a thumbs up. That was his version of emotional availability. My mother didn't answer right away. I didn't expect her to, but late the next day she sent, "Okay, thank you." No emoji, no elaboration. It was enough. I spent Saturday prepping, not obsessively, just intentionally. I made a grocery list, cleared the clutter from the hallway, cleaned the windows. I set the table with mismatched plates and cloth napkins I'd found at a thrift store. No centerpieces, no fake smiles, just food and space. I cooked slowly on Sunday, roasted vegetables, baked herb chicken, a pot of lentils simmered on the stove, warm and rich with garlic and thyme. I made salad with shaved fennel because I liked the way it looked in the bowl. Not for them, for me. At 5:57, a car pulled up. I took a deep breath and opened the door before they knocked. My brother stepped in first, holding a bottle of wine. His wife followed, glancing around like she hadn't seen the place in daylight. My sister came next, wearing too much perfume and carrying a bakery box with a ribbon. My father came in quietly, hands in his jacket pockets. My mother was last. She hesitated on the threshold. I met her eyes, then stepped aside. "Come in," I said, calm, even. She entered without a word. The house filled slowly, shoes by the door, jackets on hooks. My brother wandered through the living room, muttering, "You did all this yourself." His voice didn't carry the usual edge. My sister ran her fingers along the windowsill and said, "This paint color is perfect." I just nodded. We sat down at the table as the sun dipped low. The lighting was soft, warm. I poured water into mismatched glasses and passed dishes around. No speeches, no tension yet. We ate. My brother asked about the new camera I'd bought. My sister showed a picture of a friend's baby. My father said nothing, but kept reaching for more lentils. Even my mother commented that the chicken was well balanced, whatever that meant. I didn't rush it. For the first time, I didn't feel like I was hosting to earn approval. I wasn't shrinking to fit them into the room. I had built this space, and now they were sitting inside it on my terms. After dinner, I gave them a tour, the proper kind. "This is the guest room," I said. The walls took 3 coats. In the kitchen, I pointed to the open shelves. I hung those by myself twice. Actually, the first time they weren't level. They smiled. They nodded. No one interrupted. No one tried to correct me. In the bedroom, my sister whispered, "It feels so calm in here." "It is," I said. At the end of the tour, we returned to the living room. My brother's wife offered to help with dishes. I declined. I wanted to do it alone later on my time. They stayed for a while, longer than I expected. No one brought up the incident. No one apologized, but there was a shift. Small, undeniable, a soft recognition in the air. When they stood to leave, my mother lingered near the door. She looked at me, not over me. Her expression was unreadable, but her voice was low. "Even, you've made something beautiful." I nodded. Thank you. She opened her mouth like she might say more, but then she just squeezed my hand, once lightly, and walked out. I stood at the door for a long moment after it closed. Not because I was unsure, but because I wasn't. They had come. They had seen, and I had remained whole. After everyone left, I cleaned the kitchen slowly, methodically. The dishes clinked softly in the sink. The leftover wine sat open on the counter, catching the last light from the window. It hadn't been perfect. No one had fallen to their knees apologizing. No one had delivered the speech I'd sometimes imagined. The one where they acknowledged every moment I'd been overlooked, every assumption they'd made about my silence. But something had shifted. For the first time, they had been guests in my space. Instead of me being a visitor in theirs, they had asked about my choices instead of questioning them. They had seen what I'd built instead of focusing on what they thought I lacked. It was a beginning. Maybe not the one I dreamed of, but one I could work with. The house felt different afterward. Still mine, but not defensive anymore. Like it had exhaled. Over the following weeks, the texts started again, but they were different now. My sister sent a photo of a sunset from her apartment balcony. Made me think of your dining room lighting. My brother forwarded an article about small business photography trends. Thought, you might find this interesting. Even my mother texted once. How is the garden coming along? Small gestures, nothing dramatic, but consistent in a way that felt intentional, rather than obligatory. I didn't respond to every message immediately. I wasn't performing gratitude or rushing to rebuild what had been broken. But I didn't ignore them either. I was learning something new, that I could engage without disappearing, that I could set boundaries without building walls, that family could be something I participated in rather than something that happened to me. It would take time, maybe a long time. Trust doesn't rebuild overnight, and patterns that took years to form don't dissolve with a single dinner. But for the first time in my life, I felt like I had a choice in how this story continued, and that choice was mine to make on my terms in my house where I belonged. Now on to the next story. Story 2. Our family trip had barely begun when my mother decided she was in charge of my finances. With a triumphant grin, she yanked my purse from my hands and announced, "We'll be using your credit card for this vacation." Kept my expression neutral, but inside, I was already savoring what was about to happen. I pulled out my phone, tapped on my banking app, and turned the screen toward her. "Then you're going to love this message from the bank." Her confident smile vanished instantly. Her face paled as her eyes darted across the screen, and then she screamed. That was the moment I knew this trip was about to spiral into chaos. My mother stood frozen in the middle of the airport terminal, gripping my purse like she had just struck gold. That smug expression, the same one she always wore when she thought she had the upper hand, was gone. In an instant, she had assumed she had one that I would simply go along with. But I had other plans. Let's rewind a bit. Growing up, saying no was never an option. Every time I tried to set a boundary, I was guilt-tripped, manipulated, bombarded with calls, and treated like the selfish daughter who didn't care about her family. I knew exactly how it would play out if I refused to fund this trip. So instead of outright refusing, I agreed on my own terms. I booked my own flight and reserved my own hotel room, no shared accommodations, no way for them to access my money. I was going, but I was making sure they couldn't take advantage of me. My mother hated that. She sulked, complained, and threw tantrums, but eventually, she seemed to let it go, or so I thought. Fast forward to the airport. We had just landed, and I was already mentally drained. I had spent the entire flight preparing for whatever stunt my mother was about to pull. And sure enough, as soon as we reached baggage claim, she made her move. Without hesitation, she snatched my purse. "We'll be using your credit card for this trip," she said, brimming with confidence. I didn't even blink. Instead, I smiled, pulled out my phone, and opened my banking app. Then I turned the screen toward her. She read the message, then reread it, and then she screamed. See, I had been preparing for this. I learned a long time ago that my mother would go to great lengths to get what she wanted, but this time I was ready. Week before the trip, I called my bank and explained everything. The financial control, the manipulation, the countless attempts to gain access to my money. The bank representative was understanding, but more importantly, they were helpful. Together, we set up some serious security measures. My card was locked to my location, meaning any transactions outside of my immediate area would be flagged and automatically declined unless I manually approved them through my. As an extra layer of protection, I set my daily spending limit to exactly $1. My mother's grip tightened around my purse, her knuckles turning white. What did you do? She hissed. I shrugged. Bank security. They thought it was suspicious that large transactions were coming from a place I hadn't even arrived at yet. Her expression twisted with fury. Fix it now. My mother had never been one to accept defeat. She was already scheming her next move. I checked into my hotel feeling victorious. My room was on a completely different floor from my parents', a strategic decision. I needed space, a barrier. But the next morning, the real nightmare began. I woke up to pounding at my door. Not knocking, pounding, as if someone was trying to break it down. Groaning, I rolled out of bed and checked the peephole. My mother, and she was furious. Before I could even think, she started yelling through the door. Open this door right now. We need to talk. I sighed, debating whether to pretend I wasn't there, but I knew her. If I ignored her, she would just escalate. So, I cracked the door open an inch, leaving the security chain in place. What? She shoved a crumpled piece of paper through the gap. The front desk says our card was declined. We can't check into our room. Fix it. I stared at her. You didn't prepay? She scoffed. Why would we? We were planning to use your card, obviously. I wanted to laugh. I wanted to laugh until I cried. Instead, I handed the paper back. Sounds like a you problem. She slammed her fist against the door frame. You think this is funny? Where are we supposed to sleep? I shrugged. Maybe you should have brought your own money. She lost it, screaming, throwing accusations, saying I had abandoned my family, humiliated her, ruined the trip. And then I remembered something. He was just as guilty. He never stopped her, never defended me, never once told her she was wrong. I shook my head. Not my problem. And then I shut the door in her face. But she wasn't done. An hour later, my phone started buzzing. Non-stop calls, texts, voicemails. I ignored them all. Then there was a knock on my door. Polite one this time. I checked the peephole. Not my mother, not my father. Hotel. Security. I sighed, already knowing where this was going. I opened the door. What's the issue? The security officer gave me a tight smile. Your parents are at the front desk. They're claiming you stole their money and left them stranded. I laughed. A real, full laugh. You've got to be kidding me. The security guard didn't laugh back. They're insisting that you let them stay in your room. Oh, absolutely not. I crossed my arms. Do they have any proof that I took anything from them? He hesitated. Well, no. I cut him off. Then they're lying. I booked my own room. I paid for it with my own money. They tried to take advantage of me, and now they're dealing with the consequences. Not my problem. The guard shifted uncomfortably. Look, I'm not trying to take sides, but they're saying they have nowhere else to go. The hotel is fully booked. Raised an eyebrow. Still not my problem. Another voice spoke up from behind him. She's right. I leaned past security and saw the hotel manager standing there, a middle-aged woman with sharp eyes, and the exhausted expression of someone who had dealt with far too many entitled guests. She turned to me. I checked the system. You paid in full. Your parents, however, did not. If they can't provide another payment method, they'll have to leave. From down the hall, my mother's voice shrieked, and just like that, they were gone. But of course, she wasn't done. That night, I headed down to the resort bar to grab a drink. Just as I was finally starting to relax, my phone buzzed. A notification from my bank. Attempted login from an unrecognized device. I sat up straight. My stomach dropped. Then another alert. Password reset requested. I felt my blood run cold. I knew exactly what was happening. I sprinted back to my room, locked the door behind me, and immediately opened my banking app. Sure enough, I wonder who had just tried to reset my password. I acted fast. New password, two-factor authentication, security alerts cranked up to the highest level. Then I did something I should have done a long time ago. I called my bank and put a fraud alert on my account. And then I sent my mother a text. Nice try. Hope you enjoy the rest of your trip. No response. But the next morning, my dad called. She says you locked her out of the bank. I smiled. No, I locked me out of the bank. She just happened to be trying to break in at the time. Silence. Then a sigh. You know how she is. Yeah, I said. And I'm done with it. And that's when I made my final move. But trust me, my mother didn't take it well. I had spent my entire life playing defense, letting my mother get away with things. She would lie, manipulate, steal, always justifying it by saying she was my mother and that family takes care of each other. But this, trying to break, I remained silent, holding the phone as I tried to process what my brother had just told me. She had done the same thing to him. My mother wasn't satisfied with just stealing from me. She had gone after him too. A mix of anger and disgust spread through my chest. I was already furious about what she had tried to do to me, but now it was different. My brother was her favorite, the golden child, the one who had never heard a no from our mother, the one who always had everything I didn't. If she was willing to step over even him, then she truly had no limits. How much did she take? My voice came out colder than I expected. On the other end of the line, he took a deep breath. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out, but it wasn't a small amount. She was taking little amounts over the months, but when I added everything up, he hesitated. How much? Pressed. It's over 1,000, maybe more. I closed my eyes. My stomach churned. I knew she was manipulative, that she thrived on emotional schemes, that she always wanted to come out on top, but this was theft. I took a deep breath, trying to organize my thoughts. Could go to the police. I could report her for fraud and theft. I could finally make her face the consequences of her actions. And part of me really wanted to. Listen, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We can't just let this go. She stole from us, and this wasn't a one-time thing. She's been doing it for months. We can report her. I have proof, bank statements, suspicious transactions, everything. You do too. We can take her down for good. There was a long silence on the other end. Maybe, he murmured. Maybe what? I asked, my patience wearing thin. He sighed. Maybe there's a better way to handle this. Something that doesn't involve the police, but ends up being much worse for her. That caught me off guard. Worse how? Meet me. I hesitated for a moment, but I needed to know what he was thinking. Where are you? He sent me the location of his hotel, and without a second thought, I grabbed my bag, my phone, and left. The drive, there was a whirlwind of thoughts. My anger mixed with urgency. The image of my mother trying to break into my bank account was still fresh in my mind. The worst part? She probably wasn't even remorseful. To her, we were just resources to be exploited. When I arrived at my brother's hotel, he was already waiting in the lobby. His face was tense, his eyes slightly red, and the first thing I noticed was that he didn't just look angry, he looked betrayed. We sat in a quiet corner of the reception area, and he wasted no time. She thinks she can do this and get away with it. His voice was a sharp whisper. She spent all the trip money, tried to steal from you, and you know what I just found out? I just found out she already took out a loan in my name. My heart skipped a beat. What? What do you mean? I found it in my online banking. A freaking loan under my name. She must have used some bank contact to pull it off. I never got a notification or anything, but it's there. By now, my skin was tingling with pure outrage. That's a scam. I let out a bitter laugh. Yeah, and what happens to scammers? The question lingered in the air for a few seconds. We report them or we do something. Worse. I raised an eyebrow. Worse how? He leaned forward, his voice low and serious. She wants to steal from us. Then what if we do the opposite? You want to steal from her? I asked, suspicious. Not steal, but take something back. Something that will really hurt. I said nothing. I just waited. She's used to taking advantage of everyone. But this time we play her game. How? He took a deep breath and glanced around as if making sure no one was listening. What if we get her to put a house in my name? I blinked, confused. What? Think about it. She's going to need money, a lot of money. She's going to panic. When she realizes she can't steal from us anymore, she'll be desperate for a quick fix. If we give her the right idea, she might end up doing it willingly. My brain started working fast. I understood what he was getting at. Our mother was the type to spiral fast when she felt cornered. She acted impulsively and always made terrible decisions when she was scared of losing control. If we made, it seemed like her only way out was transferring a property into his name. She might fall for it. I took a deep breath. And how do we make that happen? He smiled, a cold smile. We need to create a problem bigger than hers, one that makes her think there's only one solution, and that solution is us. A chill ran down my spine. I knew my brother. He had never been manipulated the way I had. He had always been given everything, always been protected, but now that he had been betrayed, he wasn't going to let it slide. I stared at him for a long moment. You think you can pull this off? Make her believe it. He didn't hesitate. She loves me, right? I'm the favorite. He paused, then looked me straight in the eye. She'd trust me before she'd trust anyone else. The plan was risky, but there was something deliciously cruel about it. Mother wanted to use us as her personal bank. Now we were going to do the exact opposite. I took a deep breath, letting the plan take shape in my mind. Then, let's do this right. He smirked. I already have a few ideas. I leaned in, closer. Tell me. And just like that, the real revenge began. I sat back in the hotel chair, crossing my arms as I studied my brother. He looked calm, but I could see it in his eyes. He was just as furious as I was, maybe even more so. How do we do this? I asked. He smirked, that kind of grin he always had when he was planning something no one expected from him. She's desperate, right? She thinks she has no way out, no money, no way to recover. But we give her a solution. I narrowed my eyes. What kind of solution? He leaned in, lowering his voice. What if she borrowed money from a loan shark? I blinked a few times, not immediately processing what he meant. What? Think about it. If she truly believes the only way out is getting cash fast, she's going to start looking for options. She can't use our cards. The bank is watching her. But what if we suggest a way? A high-interest loan, something she can pay back later. I took a deep breath, letting the idea settle in my mind. It made sense. My mother was always impulsive. If something looked like a quick fix, she'd take it, without thinking about the consequences. We give her a little push, tell her we know someone, make it seem like it's her only option. Exactly. And then, his grin sharpened. Then we take the money and disappear with it. I raised an eyebrow. We take the money, and how the hell does that not come back to bite us? He shrugged. She can't go to the police, right? She can't report a crime she committed. And with a loan shark, well, that becomes her problem. I didn't respond right away. It was risky, but there was something deeply satisfying about making her taste her own medicine. She had stolen from us for years, manipulated us, treated us like walking ATMs. Now she was about to find out what it felt like to be used. I exhaled. All right, how do we make this happen? My brother already had everything planned out. We found a contact through one of his acquaintances, a guy who lent money at absurd interest rates, no questions asked, no paperwork. The kind of person my mother would normally avoid if she were thinking clearly, but she wasn't thinking clearly. She was cornered, out of options, desperate to regain control. All we had to do was nudge her in the right direction. The next day, I went to where my parents were staying. My mother opened the door with a bitter expression, still resentful over everything that had happened. "What do you want?" she asked, suspicious. I crossed my arms and sighed. "Look, we need to talk. I know things got messy, but I think I found a way to help you." Her eyes lit up for a brief moment before she quickly masked it. "Oh, really? You finally realized you need to support your family?" I had to bite back a smirk of pure disdain. She actually thought I had come back regretful. "I just want to stop this from getting worse. If you can get a good amount of money now, you can turn things around. But banks won't lend you anything, so I know someone who can." She stayed quiet, analyzing my words. "What kind of someone?" "Someone who lends money fast, no paperwork, but the interest is high. So you need to be sure you can pay it back later." She hesitated, biting her lip. I knew she was weighing the risks, but I also knew that in her mind, having money now was far more important than whatever consequences came later. "How much?" she finally asked. I exchanged a glance with my brother, who pretended to be reluctant. "Depends on what you need, but I think 20 grand would help a lot, right?" She sucked in a breath. 20,000. It was a lot of money, but to her it was the perfect solution. "And you think they would really lend me that much if I vouch for you?" "Yes." That was all she needed to hear. 2 days later, she showed up with the money, $20,000 in an envelope, real bills, dirty and smelling of pure desperation. She handed the envelope to me with a smug expression. "Here it is, but this is a loan. You're paying me back with the agreed interest. Understood?" I smiled, gripping the envelope. "Of course." Then I walked away, holding back laughter. That same night, I sat next to my brother, who already had his laptop open. He took the envelope, pulled out the 20,000, and without hesitation, converted every cent to Bitcoin. "Done." I blinked. "Done? That's it." He shrugged. "Now, we wait. And if she asks about the money?" He smirked. "We act like nothing happened." I burst into laughter. Couldn't help it. Everything was happening so fast, and it was so absurd that I didn't even know if I should feel guilty or satisfied. My mother thought she had us wrapped around her finger, that she had trapped us in a debt that would keep us tied to her forever. But now she was the one trapped. She owed $20,000 to a dangerous loan shark, and she had no money left. And us? We had just turned her scam into our investment. 2 days later, my mother called me. "I want my money." I feigned surprise. "What money?" "The money I lent you." I laughed internally but kept my voice calm. "Oh, you wanted it back now? I thought you said it was long-term." She huffed. "The interest is stacking up. I need that money now." I rolled my eyes. "Relax. Everything's under control." "Control? You borrowed from a loan shark. If I don't pay, you know what could happen." I smiled. "Wow, that really sounds like your problem." And I hung up. I knew this wasn't over. My mother would still try to turn the situation around. But now she was on the defensive for the first time in her life. She knew what it felt like to be on the wrong side of the scam. The feeling of victory didn't come immediately. First, it all felt like a dangerous game, too risky to celebrate too soon. My mother had always been unpredictable, always found a way to slip out of consequences, but this time, there was no escape. This time, the problem she created was too big even for her. And us? We just waited. The strategy was simple. We acted as if nothing had happened. My brother and I went on with our lives as usual, giving no indication that we knew the situation she and my father had gotten themselves into. We never asked about the money. We never brought it up. My mother, on the other hand, panicked fast. First, it was just a series of persistent messages. Then came the phone calls, then the unannounced visits. At first, she tried to maintain her usual authoritative tone as if she was still in control. "Where's my money?" she would demand, wearing that same superior expression that no longer had any effect on me. And I would always reply in the same neutral tone, "What money?" The outbursts started after the first week. "Don't play games with me, you know. Exactly what I'm talking about." I would just smile unfazed. "I have no idea what you mean." She would slam doors, call my father to try to pressure me. But nothing worked. My brother and I stood firm, unshaken. And deep down, she knew. She was trapped. She couldn't report it. She couldn't take it to court. The money had left her hands willingly. And the worst part? The loan shark wanted his payment. It didn't take long for the first signs of real desperation to appear. First, she tried negotiating with him, asking for more time, swearing the money was on this way, but those kinds of people don't accept excuses. The first time she came to me in tears, I knew things were going exactly how I wanted. "If you have a heart, help me fix this. They're going to kill us." I rolled my eyes. "You're the one who took the money, remember? You manipulated me." And there it was, the first attempt to pin the blame on me. "I didn't do anything. It was your choice. You and your brother set me up." "Well, maybe you should have been smarter then." She fell silent, just staring at me with a mix of hatred and fear. I had never spoken to her like that before, and in that moment she realized that I truly didn't care anymore. When they started selling furniture, I knew things were getting serious. My father said nothing, just avoided eye contact whenever we crossed paths. My brother and I watched from a distance, never interfering. This wasn't our problem. They tried selling the car, but the money wasn't enough. They started selling things inside the house. Still not enough. In the end, they had no choice. The house was put up for sale, and that was the exact moment I knew the game was over. They had lost. My mother, always so proud, always so used to controlling everyone and everything, was now signing away the house she had lived in for years, all because she tried to pull a scam and failed. And my brother and I, we kept pretending nothing was happening. I remember the last thing my mother said to me before they moved into a tiny apartment. She gave me a look filled with pure contempt. "You destroyed our family." "I did?" I smiled, genuinely amused by the accusation. "No, you did that. All by yourself." She just stared at me, speechless. Deep down, she knew it was true, but she would never admit it, never. After that, they never messed with us again. No requests for money, no emotional blackmail, no attempts to manipulate us ever again, nothing. My father never looked at us the same way again, either. He never said a word, but deep down, he knew this only happened because he never had the courage to stand up to her. And my mother? Oh, she never forgave us, not because we ruined their lives, but because she truly believed I had manipulated my brother. She was convinced he would never have done something like this on his own, that he was always the perfect son, the golden child. But the truth? He was the one who planned almost everything. And that was the greatest irony of all. I never felt guilty, not for a single second. In the end, we got exactly what we wanted, freedom from them, and it was glorious. The money took some time to grow. My brother had always been more patient than me when it came to investments, and he knew exactly how to wait for the right moment to act. First, I didn't really care about what would happen to that money. What truly mattered was that we had one. But one day, months after everything had collapsed, for our parents, my brother called me. We need to go out and celebrate. I raised an eyebrow. Celebrate what? He grinned and opened an app on his phone, turning the screen toward me. The amount had doubled. I stared at the numbers, speechless. No way, he shrugged. We made the right move at the right time. And now that it's gone up, I figured it was only fair to give you your share. That's when it hit me. He didn't have to give me anything. It was his money, after all. He had come up with the plan, he had made everything happen, and yet, here he was thanking me as if I had done half the work. You don't have to. Seriously, this was all you. I just went along with it. He laughed. That's ridiculous. Without you, I never would have done any of this. You were always there for me, even when I was mom's favorite, even when she treated you like garbage and I pretended not to see it. You opened my eyes, and if anyone deserves this money, it's you. He put his phone away and handed me an envelope. Inside there was way more money than I expected. This is just the beginning. If we wait a little longer, could triple. I blinked a few times, unsure of what to say. For the first time in my life, he was thanking me for something. He was never the kind of person to express his feelings easily. He had always been the spoiled son, the favorite, the one who never had to worry about anything. But now, in this moment, he was acknowledging everything I had been through, everything our mother had put me through. And knowing that, that was the best part of the revenge. These days, my life is peaceful. I never had to look back, and honestly, there's nothing in my past that I'd want to revisit. With the money my brother gave me, I was able to completely rebuild my life. I moved to a new city, bought a small apartment, my apartment. I never had to depend on anyone again. I never had to worry about our parents' shadow creeping back into my life. And my brother? He's better than ever. He cut all remaining ties with our parents and decided to live life on his own terms. He invested even more money, and now he has the kind of life our mother always wanted for herself. The difference is he built it on his. Sometimes he texts me, laughing at the irony of it all. If she knew I'm making money off what she tried to steal from us, I think she'd have a heart attack. And honestly, I think he's right. As for our parents, oh, they're exactly where they were always meant to be. After selling the house to pay off the loan shark, they had to move into a small, rundown apartment. My mother, who once bragged about having the perfect family, now lives off scraps in a place she would have despised at the peak of her arrogance. And my father? Well, he never said anything. Even when everything fell apart, he never came to us, never made a last-ditch effort, never apologized. He just accepted his new reality and kept living in my mother's shadow, just like he always had. They never tried to contact us again, and to me that's a gift. Because now they know they can never use us again. Now they know they have no control over us. Now we are free, and honestly, that's worth more than any amount of money. Growing up with parents like mine taught me many things, but perhaps the most important lesson was this: you can have parents, but that doesn't mean they have the right to control your life. I learned that the hard way. My parents believed that because they raised me, they automatically had access to whatever was mine, my time, my patience, my money, especially my money. They never saw their children as individuals. To them, we were extensions of themselves, resources meant to fulfill their needs without question. And for a long time, I accepted that. I accepted it because as a child, it was easy to believe my parents were right, that family is family, that it's just a loan, that they would do the same for me. Lies. They would never do the same for me. What my parents wanted wasn't a loving bond of family. They wanted a long-term investment. They raised children, expecting us to be living savings accounts, always available whenever they needed something. And the truth is, for a long time, that's exactly what I was. I let them take advantage of me. But at some point, it has to stop. Because if You keep allowing it, they will never stop. They will take every cent, every favor, every piece of your sanity, and they will convince themselves that it's normal, that it's your duty. And you need to have the courage to say no. I know it's not easy. Saying no to manipulative parents is like pulling an emotional rug out from under them, the same rug they spent years weaving beneath your feet. And trust me, they will try to make you feel guilty. They will call you ungrateful. They will remind you of everything they ever did for you, as if raising a child is some kind of lifelong contract where you owe them repayment forever. But you don't owe anyone anything just for being born. Real parents raise their children to be independent, not to become puppets. Real parents understand that when a child grows up, they become an adult, and being an adult means you have the right to make your own decisions. That's what I learned the hardest way possible. I had to watch my parents drown in debt because they thought they could control their children's money. I had to listen to my mother blame me for her own failures because she could never take responsibility for her own choices. I had to cut them off because it was the only way to finally be free. And today I can say with absolute certainty it was the best decision of my life. I have no regrets. I feel no guilt. I don't miss them. If there's one thing I wish everyone understood, it's this: parents are not gods. They do not have an automatic right to what belongs to you. They do not have the right to control you. If you don't learn to protect yourself, they will drain you of everything you have. And one day when you have nothing left, you know what will happen? Nothing. They won't help you. They won't repay what you gave them. They will just find someone else to drain. That's what I learned. And that's why today I am free, because I took control of my life. And if there's one thing I can tell you, it's this: do the same before it's too late. It had been years since I last thought about them. My life had moved on, and with each passing day, without hearing their voices, without feeling the suffocating pressure of forced obligation, I could breathe a little easier. It was as if I had finally learned to exist without carrying the weight of being someone else's endless source of resources. I was happy for the first time in a long time. My life was mine. I made my own decisions, worked for what was mine, and spent my money however I pleased without worrying about someone trying to dip their hands into my pockets. I owed nothing to anyone, and that was the best feeling in the world. But as always, certain things have a way of coming back to haunt you. I was at a distant cousin's house, one of those relatives who never got involved in anything and whom I still spoke to occasionally. The conversation was flowing casually until he suddenly dropped something, completely unaware of the weight of his words. You know how your parents are, right? They talk about you to everyone. I frowned, confused. Talk about me? How? He shrugged, casually grabbing another bite of food like this was just small talk. That you abandoned them, that you left them with nothing, humiliated your own family, that you got rich and don't even look their way, stuff like that. I laughed, not out of nervousness, not out of shock. I laughed because it was so predictable, it felt like a joke. And do you believe that? He raised his hands in a defensive gesture. Of course not. But a lot of people do. I took a deep breath. Should I care? Maybe. But I didn't. If there's one thing I've learned over the years, it's that no one wants to hear the truth when the lie is more convenient. They had already picked a side. They had already decided. I was the villain in the story. I could explain everything. I could show bank statements, messages, voice recordings, proof of how I was drained dry, how I was treated like a walking ATM. But for what? People like that don't care about the truth. They want a story that makes them feel superior. They want a villain to point at and say, look how cruel he was. Because if they admitted that I was right, that would mean admitting that my parents were the real problem, and no one wants to deal with that. Well, if they'd rather believe that, that's their problem. I shrugged, taking a sip of my drink. My cousin chuckled. You really don't care, do you? And why would I? Because at the end of the day I was right. I am not financially responsible for anyone. I am not an open wallet. And if there's one thing I did that I'm most proud of, it's refusing to let myself be treated as a never-ending source of money. They could hate me, they could call me a monster, they could twist the story however they wanted to make themselves look like victims. None of that would change the fact that no one has the right to demand someone else's money. They wanted to live at my expense. They wanted me to keep paying for their bad decisions. But I didn't need them anymore, and that was the real reason they hated me. It wasn't about the money, it wasn't about the apartment, the car, or the lifestyle I built for myself. It was because they lost control over me. Because as long as I depended on them, I was a puppet. But when I realized I could stand on my own, when I refused to keep sacrificing myself, when I put an end to their financial manipulation, I became the enemy. But I was at peace with that, because I am not obligated to support anyone. And they could throw tantrums, cry, spread lies to whoever would listen. At the end of the day, I'm the only one who controls my money, and I would never let anyone get their hands on it again. Never. Time passed, and while our parents sank deeper into the mess they had created, my brother thrived. He had always been smart, but after everything that happened, he became calculating. He didn't just learn from past mistakes. He fortified himself so that no one, especially our parents, could ever take advantage of him again. The difference between us was always clear. I wanted freedom, he wanted control. I wanted to cut ties and never look back. He wanted to ensure that he would never have to rely on anyone ever again. And the way he achieved that was simple: Bitcoin. At first, I didn't fully understand his obsession with it. I worked, saved my money the traditional way, bought what I needed, and lived my life in peace. But him? He studied. He spent hours upon hours tracking charts, learning strategies, understanding the market. He knew that keeping money in traditional banks was a trap, and he wanted something that no one could ever touch, especially our parents. When he first started talking about it, I remember asking, half-jokingly, "Okay, but what if one day you need to withdraw that money?" He shrugged and answered without hesitation, "I can do that whenever I want, but no one else can. No bank, no government, no greedy hands. Not even our parents." And that was exactly what happened. I didn't keep up with them much anymore, but I knew things weren't going well. The house was long gone. The tiny apartment they lived in now was a far cry from what they once had. And our mother, well, she never knew how to handle failure. For her, the blame always had to be placed on someone else, and we had always been her favorite targets. Even after years, the stories about me still circulated. Now, on top of being the ungrateful son who abandoned his parents to fend for themselves, I was also the manipulator who turned my brother against them, because in her mind he never would have done anything on his own. He was the golden child, the protected one, the son who never said no until he did, and that was something she could never accept. The thing is, despite all the lies, they still had hope in him. Deep down, my mother believed that one day he would come back, that if she played her cards right, he would feel guilty and rush to help them. But she had no idea what he had become. My brother didn't exist in the system anymore. He had no bank accounts under his name. He had nothing they could use as leverage to guilt trip him into doing his part for the family. His money was locked away in places where no one could ever touch it. I found out about this the best way possible. One day he asked me to meet up. It wasn't unusual, but from the tone of his message I could tell he had something serious to talk about. We met at a quiet bar and he got straight to the point. "You know our parents still try to reach me, right?" I sighed. "I can imagine. What is it this time?" He swirled his drink in the glass, thoughtful. "Same old story. They're struggling, they need help. And guess what? I'm the only son who can still save them." I rolled my eyes. "Of course. They still think you have a regular bank account, don't they?" He smirked. Exactly. And that's when things got interesting. How so? He pulled out his phone and showed me a screenshot of an email. It was from our father. Son, I know we've had our differences, but we're going through a really difficult time. Your mother is desperate. I'm doing what I can, but we can't keep up with the bills anymore. I know you have the means to help us, and deep down I know you still care. You know we're not perfect, but we're your family. Please help us with anything you can. I raised an eyebrow. Did you reply? He grinned in that way I knew all too well. Yeah. For a brief moment I almost felt bad. Almost. What did you say? He turned the phone toward me. Dad, I understand the situation, but I haven't used banks in years. All my money is in cryptocurrency and, unfortunately, there's no way for me to transfer anything to you. I hope you find a solution. Best of luck. I burst out laughing. You basically told them that even if you wanted to help, you physically couldn't. He took a sip of his drink, satisfied. Exactly. And, you know the best part? They believed it. And that was it. The game was over. For the first time in their lives, they were completely powerless. They could scream, they could cry, they could tell anyone who would listen how ungrateful we were. But none of that changed the reality. There was no longer a single cent they could take from us because my brother had no money in banks because my brother no longer existed in the traditional system and they couldn't do a damn thing about it. Over the next few days, he got more messages. First, our mother tried the emotional approach. Then, when she saw it wasn't working, she moved on to threats. You're going to regret leaving us like this. When you need us, we won't be there. You were never a real son. I read through them and could only laugh at how pathetic she sounded. She never realized that we had made peace with this reality a long time ago. And now, they were alone. Our father remained silent. He had never been the one to make decisions, never the one to stand up to anything. He had always just followed the tide, always lived in my mother's shadow. If he once believed that my brother could be their backup plan, now he understood that there was no hope left. And my mother? Well, the last thing we heard was that they were trying to sell whatever they had left. Maybe they'll figure something out. Maybe they won't. But you know what I find funniest about all of this? If there was one thing my mother hated more than anything in life, it was losing control. And now she had nothing left, no money, no power, no influence over us. My brother went on with his life, never having to worry about anyone touching what was his. And me? Finally got the confirmation of what I had known all along. We won, and they would never be able to touch us again. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My name's Daniel. I'm 27 now, but this story starts when I was about 15. Always been the kind of person who hates feeling like I owe anyone anything. Maybe that's because growing up, my parents had this unspoken scoreboard in their heads. Every meal, every ride, every favor they did for us wasn't really free. They'd bring it up months or even years later like a receipt they were waiting for me to pay back. It made me feel like even basic parenting was something I was supposed to earn. And when you're a teenager, that leaves a mark. Money was always complicated in our house. My parents weren't poor. They both had decent jobs, but my younger brother, Ryan, was their golden child. He's 3 years younger than me, and from the moment he was born, everything seemed to orbit around him. Private soccer training, expensive camps, top of the line clothes, and no matter how much it cost, Mom and Dad never hesitated. For me, though, things were different. If I wanted something beyond the bare essentials, the answer was either you don't need it or get a job and buy it yourself. So I did. At 15, while Ryan was out on the weekends playing in tournaments or hanging with friends, I was bussing tables at a local diner. It wasn't glamorous, but it gave me my own money and, more importantly, my independence. That job led to another, then another. By the time I graduated high school, I had savings. Not a lot, but enough to help me pay for community college without asking my parents for a single cent. I remember my dad making some offhand comment about me thinking I'm better than everyone else because I didn't need their help. The time I laughed it off. College was where the divide between me and my family got even bigger. While I was juggling 2 part-time jobs and classes, Ryan was finding himself, which apparently meant dropping out of college after a semester and spending the next few years working odd jobs, quitting every time he didn't vibe with the management. My parents always had an excuse ready for him. He's just figuring things out. He's got a lot of potential. You know, he's not like you, Daniel. Started noticing a pattern. Anytime I achieved something, it was brushed off as no big deal. But if Ryan did the bare minimum, it was a family celebration. When I was 24, I landed a solid job in tech. It wasn't flashy at first, but I worked hard, learned everything I could, and started climbing the ladder. Within a year, I was making enough to finally think about getting out of my cramped apartment. I didn't tell my parents right away. I knew how they were, but I quietly started looking at houses. Every open house I went to felt surreal, like I was getting closer to something that had always felt impossible for someone like me. The day I closed on my first home, I was shaking from excitement. It wasn't some mansion, but it was mine. I'd worked for every brick, every dollar of that down payment. I invited my parents and Ryan over for dinner as a surprise, thinking maybe they'd be proud. That was my first mistake. The moment they stepped inside, I could see it in my mom's face. She wasn't happy for me. She was calculating. Her eyes swept over the place like she was taking inventory. My dad made a joke about me secretly winning the lottery. And Ryan, he barely said a word. Just walked around like he was scoping it out. The only genuine reaction I got was from my aunt, who came along and kept saying how impressed she was. But when we sat down to eat, the comments started. "It's nice," my mom said, "but don't you think it's a bit much for someone your age?" "Yeah," Ryan chimed in. "You probably could have helped out with other things instead of splurging on this." I remember putting my fork down slowly and asking, "What other things?" And that's when my mom gave me this look like I was supposed to know exactly what she meant. "Your brother's been talking about going back to school," she said. "But you know how expensive that is. We thought maybe, well, you've got this big house now. You could have chipped in a little to help him get a head start." It hit me like a slap. Not once had they asked if I needed help with my down payment, my furniture, my bills. But now that I had something to show for myself, it was already being mentally allocated to Ryan. I tried to keep my voice steady. "I worked for this. I didn't take anything from you. Why should I be expected to pay for Ryan's choices?" The air got tense. My dad muttered something about family helping family, and Ryan looked at me like I'd personally betrayed him. I ended that dinner early. As they left, my mom gave me a hug, the kind that's more like a squeeze, and whispered, "Don't be selfish, Daniel. We'll talk about this again." I thought maybe it would just blow over. I was wrong. Over the next few weeks, little comments started creeping into every conversation. My mom would call and say things like, "Ryan's been looking at classes, but we just can't make it work without some help." And it's such a shame when people in the family have the means to help and just don't. My dad kept reminding me of everything they'd done for me growing up, which was laughable considering how little they'd actually supported me financially. The final straw before things exploded came one Sunday afternoon. I got a text from Ryan. "We need to talk. Come by." I figured maybe he wanted to apologize or at least explain. When I showed up, my parents were there too, sitting at the kitchen table with papers spread out. College brochures, tuition breakdowns, a proposal for how much I could reasonably contribute to Ryan's education over the next 4 years. I laughed. I actually laughed out loud because it was so absurd. "You seriously made a payment plan for me? For my brother?" I asked. My mom shot me a sharp look. "This isn't a joke, Daniel. This is his future. If you care, About family, you'll do this. And then Ryan, with zero shame, said, I mean, it's not like you don't have the money. You bought a whole house, man. Why should you get to have all that while I'm stuck here? Something in me snapped that day. I stood up, told them I wasn't giving a single cent, and walked out. I thought maybe they'd be mad for a while, maybe even stop talking to me for a bit. I didn't think they'd go as far as they did next. Because 2 weeks later, I got a letter in the mail. It was from a lawyer. And when I read it, my hands started shaking all over again. But this time, it wasn't excitement. It was rage. I must have read that letter a dozen times before it sank in. My parents, my own parents, were suing me. The claim was something about willfully depriving a dependent family member of necessary opportunities. The dependent being Ryan. Of course, they were framing it like I'd somehow blocked him from getting an education, as if my refusal to fund his second attempt at college was the same as taking money away from him. It was so outrageous, I almost thought it had to be some kind of bluff. The letter demanded a settlement, an amount suspiciously close to the total tuition cost they'd shown me at the kitchen table. It also hinted at emotional damages Ryan had suffered because I flaunted my success in his face. I remember sitting there at my dining table, my coffee going cold, and just thinking, this can't be real. Surely they wouldn't actually go through with it. But they did. Within a week, my mom started calling me daily, each time, switching between guilt and anger. One day it was, Daniel, you're tearing this family apart. Is a little generosity really worth losing us over? The next it was, your brother's devastated. He feels like you want him to fail. She would cry on the phone, sometimes for minutes at a time, without saying anything, just to make me feel like I was crushing her. Ryan, meanwhile, was doubling down on the entitlement. He started posting vague jabs on social media, things like, some people only care about themselves, even if it ruins others' lives, accompanied by sad emojis and inspirational quotes about family loyalty. Of course, his friends and our extended family, most of whom didn't know the full story, would comment things like, that's so messed up, and I'm so sorry you're going through this. It was like he was setting up a little pity stage for himself and milking it for all it was worth. I started noticing the subtle ways my parents were twisting the narrative to relatives. At a cousin's birthday party, my aunt pulled me aside and said, I just wish you and Ryan could work this out. He's been so down since you bought that house. I asked her what she meant, and she said, well, your parents told us you refused to help him after making all this money. No mention of how I'd been on my own since I was a teenager, or how Ryan had blown multiple chances. Already, just the edited, family-friendly version that made me look cold and selfish. It got to the point where I started dreading family events. At my grandmother's Sunday lunch, I overheard my dad telling a neighbor that Daniel's gotten too big for his boots and forgot where he came from. I tried to let it roll off my back, but it was harder than I thought. I wasn't just being painted as the villain. I was being erased. Years of struggle, every sacrifice I'd made, every hour of overtime, none of it counted. The only thing that mattered to them was that I wasn't bending to their will. One night, Ryan actually showed up at my house unannounced. He didn't even knock, just stood outside ringing the doorbell until I opened it. He looked smug, like he'd been waiting to deliver a line. You know you're going to lose, right? He said casually. Mom and Dad have the lawyer and the family's on their side. It'll be easier if you just pay up now and save yourself the embarrassment. I couldn't believe the arrogance. I told him to leave, and when he didn't move, I stepped outside and shut the door behind me. We stood there on my front porch, him with that half-smirk, me trying to keep my voice level. You're not entitled to my money, Ryan, I said. You've had chance after chance, and you've thrown them away. This is on you, not me. That's when he said something that really lodged itself in my brain. You only got here because you had it easier than me. Mom and Dad were harder on me. Deserve a fair shot, too. Easier. He actually thought my life had been easier. I stared at him for a long second before saying, "If you think I had it easy, you weren't paying attention." Then I went back inside and locked the door. From that night on, things ramped up even more. My parents stopped calling directly and started going through other people, aunts, uncles, even my grandmother. I'd get voicemails like, "Sweetheart, your mom says this is just a misunderstanding. Maybe if you sent your brother a little something to get started, we could all move on." Or, "Daniel, your father's blood pressure isn't good. This stress isn't helping." Every single one was another attempt to wear me down. Meanwhile, the lawsuit was moving forward. I had to hire my own lawyer just to defend myself from my own family. Every document that came through had their names on it, my parents, my brother, in black and white. It didn't matter that it was absurd or that I knew I'd win. The emotional weight of it was crushing. Night, I'd lie in bed and wonder how the same people who were supposed to protect me could turn into this. And then came the moment I realized they weren't just trying to get money from me. They were trying to take something much bigger. It started with a voicemail from my realtor of all people. She sounded concerned. She said she'd gotten a strange inquiry about my house asking if it was available for purchase or rental, because the current occupant might not be there much longer. She didn't give me a name, but I didn't need one because there were only 3 people who knew exactly how to hit me where it would hurt the most. I called my realtor back immediately, and she confirmed what I already suspected. The inquiry hadn't come from some random stranger. It had been my mother. She had actually called my realtor, pretending to be a friend of the family, and asked about my house as if she was just curious. But my realtor, sensing something odd, pressed her a bit and found out that my mom had hinted I might not be able to keep the property much longer and that it would be a shame if it went to waste when another family member could use it. My chest tightened. Another family member. There was no mistaking who she meant. They weren't just trying to get money out of me. They were setting the stage to take my house. I sat there at my kitchen table, phone in hand, staring out the window for what felt like hours. This wasn't just about favoritism anymore. This wasn't just Ryan being entitled or my parents guilt-tripping me. This was a deliberate move to undermine everything I'd worked for. The place I had fought to buy, the one symbol of independence I had from them. They were already circling it like vultures. The more I thought about it, the more the pieces started clicking into place. That first dinner when I invited them over, the way my mom's eyes had scanned the place, the comment about it being a bit much for someone your age. Ryan's digs about me, having all that while he's stuck here. It had all been leading up to this. The lawsuit wasn't just about tuition. If they could paint me as someone who unfairly deprived Ryan, they could spin it into some legal leverage over my assets, my house. And then the real gut punch came. I got an email from my lawyer forwarding a newly filed amendment in their case. It claimed that part of the reason they were seeking damages was because the defendant's current living situation was acquired through funds that could have been allocated to support the plaintiff's education and career development. In other words, they were trying to argue that my house itself was evidence of my selfishness and misallocation of resources. They weren't just hinting at it now. They were putting it in legal writing. That night, I called my mom. I didn't even plan what I was going to say. I just needed to hear her voice and understand how she could possibly justify this. She picked up after a few rings, and her voice was sickly sweet, like nothing was wrong. "Daniel, I was just telling your aunt how proud I am of you." "Cut it, Mom," I said, my voice shaking. "Why did you call my realtor?" There was a pause. Then, without missing a beat, she sighed. "I was just looking out for the family. If things don't go your way in court, it would be better if the house stayed with someone in the family instead of strangers. Ryan would take good care of it." I felt my jaw clench. "You're planning for me to lose my home before the case is even over. You've already decided I'm guilty." It's not about guilt, Daniel. It's about doing what's right for your brother. He's been through so much. So much. I cut in. He's had every opportunity handed to him while I've been on my own. Since I was a teenager. I worked for this house. You never helped me, not once. And now you think you can just take it. Her tone shifted, sharper now. Don't be dramatic. You wouldn't be where you are. Without how we raised you. We made sacrifices, too. This is your chance to give. Back. Give back. That phrase hit me like a brick. It was the same thing she'd said when I was 16 and refused to hand over half my paycheck to help with household expenses while Ryan got to spend his allowance on video games. It was the same phrase she'd used when I declined to co-sign a car loan for him at 21. To her, my success wasn't mine. It was a debt I owed them, one they could collect on whenever they wanted. I hung up without saying another word. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped the phone. It wasn't just anger anymore. It was something deeper, something that made my stomach twist. A mix of betrayal and clarity. Because in that moment I finally understood they were never going to stop. It didn't matter how much I explained, how much I showed them that I'd built my life without their help. In their minds, Ryan's failures were my responsibility to fix, and anything I had was fair game. The only justice they believed in was one, where Ryan came out on top, even if it meant tearing me down to nothing. The next week, things got worse. I found out from a mutual friend that Ryan had been bragging to a couple of his buddies that the house would be his soon. One of them apparently asked if I was selling, and Ryan had smirked and said, "Not exactly. Let's just say Mom and Dad are handling it." Hearing that broke something in me. I'd spent years swallowing little jabs, letting them chip away at my achievements because I didn't want to cause waves. But now they were trying to strip me of the one thing that symbolized all those years of grinding, all those nights I'd gone without so I could save for a future no one else believed in. And that's when I made a decision. If they wanted a war, they were going to get one. But I wasn't going to fight it their way. I was going to make sure that when I pushed back, they'd regret ever thinking they could take what was mine. The weeks that followed felt like walking through quicksand. Every day there was another blow, another reminder that my own family had positioned themselves as my enemies. My lawyer was doing what he could, but every new filing from their side felt like a punch to the gut. The language was so cold, so calculated. It was like they'd erased me as a son and rewritten me as some faceless opponent they needed to beat in court. I stopped sleeping properly. Some nights I'd stare at the ceiling for hours, my mind running in loops. What if they somehow won? What if they took the house? Where would I go? What would I have left? My home had always been my sanctuary, the first place I could close the door and know no one could barge in and tell me what to do. Now, even sitting in my living room felt tense, like the walls weren't mine anymore. My work started to suffer, too. I catch myself zoning out in meetings, missing deadlines because I was buried in legal paperwork. My boss noticed, and while he was sympathetic when I told him it was a family legal matter, I could tell his patience wouldn't last forever. I'd worked so hard to build a reputation as reliable, as someone who could handle anything thrown at me, and now I was watching it crack. The worst part was the isolation. My parents had done such a good job of controlling the story that most of my extended family thought I was being cruel. Invitations to birthdays, dinners, and even casual get-togethers started to slip through the cracks. I'd see photos posted online, big smiling group shots with captions like, "Family first." And there'd be Ryan grinning in the middle, my parents on either side. I wasn't even mentioned anymore. One night, I opened my fridge and realized I hadn't done a proper grocery run in weeks. I'd been living off takeout and whatever I could grab from the corner store because I didn't have the energy to shop. Standing there in the dim light of the fridge, staring at a single carton of eggs and half a bottle of orange juice, I felt this wave of hopelessness wash over me. It wasn't just about the lawsuit anymore. It was the feeling that no matter what I did, I'd always be the outsider in my own family. But in that low moment, something else sparked, too. I remembered being 15, standing behind the counter at the diner on a Friday night, my hands raw from scrubbing dishes, knowing I had to be up early for a double shift the next day. I'd done that for years without a safety net, without anyone cheering me on. Every single step I'd taken since then had been because I refused to give up, when it would have been easier to quit. And that's when I decided I wasn't going to let them take everything from me. I stopped answering their calls. I told my lawyer to handle all communication, no matter how trivial, so I wouldn't have to hear their voices or read their manipulative messages. I started quietly going through my finances, making sure every asset I had was locked down, every account secured. I pulled my credit report to check for anything suspicious. I even installed a security system on my house just in case Ryan decided to drop by again. In public, I played it calm. If anyone asked how I was doing, I'd just say, handling it, and change the subject. But privately, I was building something, a plan, because I realized that if I fought them head-on, they'd just keep trying to twist the story until I looked like the aggressor. No, I needed to be smarter. I needed to let them dig their own hole and then make sure they couldn't climb out of it. The first step was gathering proof, not just for court, but for me, proof of every manipulative call, every backhanded comment, every time they tried to undermine me. If I was going to fight back, I wanted it all in black and white. Still, I kept my head down. Outwardly, it looked like they'd beaten me down into silence. And maybe that's what they believed, which was exactly what I wanted them to think. Because when you're at rock bottom, no one sees you coming back. And I was going to make sure my return hit them harder than they ever expected. It's strange how once you stop feeding someone's drama, they start thinking you've disappeared. My parents and Ryan seemed to take my silence as proof that they were winning. In reality, it gave me the space I needed to rebuild. Not just my defenses, but my life. The first change came at work. My boss called me into his office one afternoon and I braced myself for bad news. Instead, he closed the door and said, "Look, I don't know what's going on in your personal life, but I know you're good at what you do. If you can focus, I'm willing to put you on a project that could lead to a promotion." It was like someone had cracked a window in a stuffy room, a rush of fresh air. I threw myself into that project. Long hours, meticulous planning, going the extra mile. I wasn't just trying to prove myself to my boss. I was reminding myself what I was capable of, and it worked. The project was a success, and a few weeks later I was offered the promotion. Along with it came a significant pay bump, enough that my financial cushion grew thicker, my savings healthier. Didn't erase the stress of the lawsuit, but it made me feel secure again. Meanwhile, my lawyer was quietly picking apart their case. He'd managed to get records of Ryan's past employment history, his previous failed college attempts, even messages where my parents admitted they'd spoiled him too much. Each piece was another thread in the fabric of their hypocrisy. I didn't gloat, not yet. Just filed it all away, letting it pile up. Outside of work, I started focusing on myself again. I rejoined the gym I'd quit months ago, partly to clear my head and partly to remind myself that my body didn't have to carry the weight of all this stress. I started cooking real meals. Again, nothing fancy, but there was something therapeutic about chopping vegetables and actually sitting down to eat. I also began reconnecting with people I drifted from, not the family members who'd bought into my parents' version of events. I left them to their group photos and fake smiles, but old friends, coworkers I trusted, people who knew me without the filter of my family's gossip. Little by little, I rebuilt a circle around me that wasn't poisoned by their manipulation. And then something unexpected happened. I was invited to speak at a local networking event for young professionals. Someone had seen the results of my project at work and thought my career path was inspiring. Standing on that stage, telling my story, the professional one, not the messy personal parts, I realized I wasn't the powerless kid busting tables anymore. I had built something, And no matter what my family thought they could take from me, they couldn't take that. With every win, big or small, I felt the balance shifting. My parents still had their lawsuit, but outside of that courtroom, their control over me was slipping. They couldn't guilt me into calls I wouldn't answer. They couldn't twist my words if I didn't give them any. They had to go through lawyers for everything now, which meant no more surprise ambushes at my front door or accidental run-ins at family gatherings. The best part? While they were busy burning bridges with me, they were also wearing down their own credibility. A mutual acquaintance let slip that some relatives were starting to question why my parents were dragging me through court instead of helping Ryan get his life together. Apparently, Ryan had been bragging so openly about getting the house that even people on their side were starting to see how bad it looked. That was when I knew I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was gaining ground. My career was stronger. My finances were secure. And I had allies who saw through the lies. I was in a position now where I didn't have to react to their moves. I could plan my own. And as much as I wanted to strike back right away, I forced myself to wait because timing, I realized, was everything. Let them think I was just living my life, moving on. Let them keep underestimating me. Because the next time I made a move, it wouldn't just protect what was mine. The turning point came on a Tuesday afternoon of all days. I was leaving a client meeting when my phone buzzed with an email from my lawyer. The subject line read, "Discovery request. Opposing counsel error." Inside was a forwarded thread. My parents' lawyer had accidentally copied my attorney on an email chain that was meant to be internal between their side, and in it was a gold mine. The chain was mostly logistics, timelines, filing deadlines. But buried halfway down, there was a message from my mother to their lawyer that made my pulse quicken. She'd written, "We need to make sure Daniel's house is included in any settlement. Ryan has already been in touch with a realtor friend who can list it as soon as it's signed over. This is the cleanest way to ensure he gets a fresh start." There it was in writing. Proof that the lawsuit was never about helping Ryan get an education. It was about transferring my house into his name. My lawyer practically hummed with energy when we spoke that evening. "This changes everything," he said. "They've essentially admitted to ulterior motives. We can use this." But I didn't want to just use it to defend myself. I wanted to turn it into the foundation of something bigger, something that would end their ability to pull this stunt ever again. Around the same time, work presented me with another opportunity. My promotion had put me in charge of a small team, but now I was being offered a cross-department leadership role on a high-visibility project. Came with two major perks: significantly more income and connections with senior executives in industries far beyond my current reach. The kind of people who could, if necessary, open doors I didn't even know existed. I accepted without hesitation. Not only did this strengthen my financial position even more, but it also gave me flexibility, the ability to quietly channel resources where I wanted them. And one of the first things I did was hire a private investigator. I didn't want anything illegal or invasive. I just wanted the truth. I wanted to know exactly what Ryan had been doing while his future supposedly hung in the balance, and whether my parents had a history of pulling similar moves with other relatives. The investigator didn't disappoint. 2 weeks later, I had a thick folder on my desk. Inside were social media posts from accounts Ryan thought were private, showing him on trips, buying expensive electronics, and even test-driving cars. In the months he'd been claiming he was barely scraping by. There were also property records showing my parents had years ago tried to pressure my late aunt into selling them a piece of land for a fraction of its value, something that had caused a rift no one talked about anymore. The more I read, the clearer my path became. I didn't need to just win the case. I needed to dismantle the narrative they'd built piece by piece in front of an audience that mattered. To do that, I started laying groundwork quietly. Reached out to a few trusted family members who'd stayed neutral, sharing just enough to plant seeds of doubt about my parents' version of events. I made sure my financial records, employment history, and proof of independence since I was a teenager were neatly documented, time-stamped, and ready to be shown to anyone who mattered. And the best part? That incriminating email chain wasn't the only mistake they made. My PI had managed to uncover a conversation recorded legally in a public setting where Ryan bragged to a friend at a bar that he'd finally found a way to cash in on having a rich brother. The friend had laughed, asking if I'd agreed to it, and Ryan replied, "No, man. Mom and Dad are making it happen. Once it's mine, I'll sell the place and be set for years." I listened to that recording 3 times in a row, each time feeling the same cold clarity settle in. They thought they were closing in, but in reality, they'd already handed me the tools to break them wide open. All I had to do now was choose the perfect moment to pull the pin. I waited, not out of hesitation, but because I knew the most devastating strike wasn't a loud, angry blow. It was a quiet, precise one. My parents and Ryan were still moving full steam ahead with their case, oblivious to the fact that they'd already laid the groundwork for their own undoing. The court date was approaching, and with it came the pretrial conference, the meeting where both sides would lay out their strongest positions to gauge whether a settlement was possible. That was my stage. When we walked into the conference room, my parents were there with Ryan sitting smugly between them. My mother gave me that self-satisfied smile she used when she thought she had the upper hand. My dad avoided my eyes, a silent show of mock disappointment. Ryan, of course, leaned back in his chair like he was already signing the deed to my house. The mediator began with pleasantries, then asked my lawyer to speak first. We'd agreed beforehand. No emotion, no long speeches, just facts. My lawyer slid a thin binder across the table to their side. "This," he said, "is the complete documentation of my client's financial independence since age 15. Employment, records, tax returns, proof of tuition payments, and property purchase receipts. You'll note not a single cent came from his parents at any point." Ryan snorted quietly, but my lawyer didn't pause. He flipped the binder open to a flagged page. "And here," he said evenly, "is an email from the plaintiffs in their own words confirming that this lawsuit's primary goal is to obtain the defendant's home for transfer to another party." My mother's face drained of color so fast it was almost comical. My dad's lips pressed into a thin line. Ryan sat forward trying to read the page, his confidence wobbling. "And lastly," my lawyer said, pressing a button on his laptop, "a short audio clip." Ryan's voice filled the room. "No, man. Mom and Dad are making it happen. Once it's mine, I'll sell the place and be set for years." Silence. You could hear the ticking of the wall clock. My lawyer let it hang for a good 5 seconds before saying, "Given these facts, we believe the court will not only dismiss the case, but will find grounds for filing a countersuit for damages, including legal fees and reputational harm." The mediator cleared his throat and looked at their lawyer. "Do you wish to respond?" Their lawyer's face was tight, his jaw working like he was chewing on nails. He leaned toward my parents, whispering urgently. My mother shook her head rapidly, eyes darting to me with something that looked almost like fear. Ryan muttered something under his breath that made my dad glare at him. Finally, their lawyer straightened up. "We'll need a moment to discuss this privately." They left the room. I sat there, my hands folded, not saying a word. Inside, I felt that strange, satisfying calm that comes when you know the fight is already over. 10 minutes later, they came back in, their expressions carefully blank. "We're willing to withdraw the lawsuit," their lawyer said stiffly, "with each party covering their own legal fees." My lawyer didn't even look at me before replying, "That's unacceptable. We have clear evidence of malicious intent and will proceed with our countersuit unless we receive a written apology, a public retraction of all prior statements made against my client, and full reimbursement of his legal costs. Ryan's head snapped toward my parents. We're not. Yes, we are. My mother cut in, her voice tight, and that was it. In that room, they caved. I didn't raise my voice, didn't gloat, didn't even look at Ryan as he sat there fuming. I let the paperwork speak for me. By the end of the week, I had the apology letter in my inbox, a clumsy attempt at sounding sincere, and the reimbursement check cleared shortly after. But that wasn't the true revenge. The real blow landed when I sent copies of the apology and the incriminating evidence to the handful of relatives who had iced me out over the past year. No explanation, just the documents. Within days, the phone calls started coming, not from my parents, but from those same relatives, awkwardly checking in, clearly realizing they'd bet on the wrong horse. I didn't answer most of them because the point of revenge, I realized, wasn't to win them back. It was to make sure they understood that I didn't need them and that trying to take me down only made me stronger. The fallout was fast and it was ugly, though for once none of it was mine to deal with. Word of what had happened spread through the family faster than I expected. My aunt, the one who'd been so impressed with my house the day they first saw it, called me half angry, half stunned. They tried to take your home from their own son. She wasn't the only one. Cousins, uncles, even my grandmother. People who'd stayed silent before were suddenly talking. The family group chat that I'd been quietly removed from months ago turned into a battlefield. Screenshots of the apology letter started popping up. And every time someone tried to defend my parents, another relative would drop a quote from the email or that recording of Ryan bragging. For the first time in my life, the golden image my parents had built for themselves cracked in public. They stopped showing up to family gatherings, not because they weren't invited, but because they couldn't stand the questions. My mother, who had once relished being the center of attention, started avoiding calls from her own siblings. My dad became quieter, grayer, somehow no longer the booming, self-assured man who used to laugh at my independence. And Ryan, he took it the hardest. His so-called friends, the ones he bragged to about cashing in, started distancing themselves. Without the house, without the settlement, he had nothing to show for the months he'd spent circling me like a shark. I heard through the grapevine that he'd moved out of my parents' house for a bit, then quietly returned when rent and bills proved too much. The smugness I'd seen in his eyes at that pretrial conference was gone. Now, when our paths occasionally crossed, usually at some unavoidable family obligation, he barely made eye contact. The check they sent me covered every cent of my legal fees, but it was the apology letter that I kept tucked away in a drawer, not because I needed the validation. I didn't, but because it was proof. Proof that no matter how much they tried to rewrite history, there was a moment where they had to admit they were wrong. I didn't seek reconciliation. I didn't move past it for the sake of family harmony. Instead, I built further on the life I'd been creating. Work kept growing, my circle of trusted friends stayed tight, and my home remained exactly where it belonged, mine. Sometimes when I'm sitting on my porch in the quiet of the evening, I think about that first dinner when I invited them over, back when I thought they might be proud. I think about how quickly the masks came off when they saw what I'd built without them, and I realized that the real victory wasn't just keeping my house or winning the case. It was proving beyond any doubt that I never needed them to succeed and that no matter what they tried, they could never take that away. And that's when I lean back, smile to myself, and think, this home will never have their name on it. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My name's Chris. I'm 33 years old, work in IT. And if there's one thing you should know about me, it's that I used to be the guy who always showed up. Birthdays, holidays, moving days, Sunday dinners. I was there, quiet, dependable, and never expecting much in return. If someone needed a last-minute airport pickup or a dog sitter for the weekend, I got the call and I said yes. Didn't mind, really. I grew up in a big, boisterous family where everyone talked over each other and somehow always made space at the table even when we were packed elbow to elbow. But somewhere along the way that warmth changed. Or maybe it was never there. For me, and I was too wrapped up in nostalgia to notice. The shift wasn't sudden. It was death by 1,000 cuts. At first, I brushed off the little things like when I offered to host a game night and no one showed, or when my sister Amanda forgot to tell me that Thanksgiving dinner had been moved to our cousin Megan's place. I chalked it up to miscommunication. Life gets busy, but after a while, the pattern was impossible to ignore. I'd walk into family gatherings and feel like a guest who'd wandered into the wrong house. Conversations would quiet just a bit when I approached. Smiles would flicker a little too late, and there was always that one person who'd go, "Oh, I didn't realize you were coming." That kind of thing sits in your chest like a stone. But I still showed up. That brings me to my Uncle Jerry's retirement party. He worked 42 years at the same manufacturing plant. Old school, blue-collar guy, proud of his calloused hands and beat-up lunchbox. I like Jerry. He was one of the few in the family who never made me feel like an afterthought. So when my Aunt Mary sent out an invite for his party at the local VFW, I made sure to clear my calendar. I even chipped in a few $100 toward the event hall and decorations without being asked. Mary just texted me a few weeks before with, "Hey, we're a little short on the deposit. Mind helping out?" And I said, "Sure. No thanks, no." Confirmation just assumed I'd pitch in. And I did. The night of the party, I showed up early to help set up chairs and string up the "Congrats Jerry" banner. It wasn't glamorous, but it felt good. Jerry gave me a real hug when he arrived. None of that one-arm shoulder pat nonsense. For a few hours, it felt like old times. There were drinks, laughter, awkward dancing, and endless stories about work pranks and forklift mishaps. I was actually smiling, feeling like I belonged again. That was until I made the mistake of being cheerful. I was standing near the snack table talking with Megan and Amanda when I casually said, "I'll bring dessert to the family barbecue tomorrow. What time should I get there?" Megan blinked, confused, then tilted her head. "Oh, you weren't invited." First, I thought she was joking, but her face didn't change. Amanda looked away, suddenly fascinated by the chip bowl. I laughed, still holding on to the hope that this was just some weird joke. "Seriously, what time should I come by?" Megan gave a little shrug. "I mean, I think it's more of a close family thing." "Yeah," Amanda added, finally glancing at me. "Like Mom and Dad just wanted to keep it small. You know, just the core people." That one hit different. Core people, like I was some extended branch barely hanging onto the family tree. Then Aunt Mary walked by, sipping from a red plastic cup, and Megan said, "Show him the photo." Mary grinned and pulled out her phone. I didn't even ask to see it. She just held it up, scrolling through images of tables set up in someone's backyard, kids running through sprinklers, a huge custom cake that said, "Family Barbecue 2023, and a group shot of everyone I'd grown up with. My parents, Amanda's kids, uncles, aunts, even my old babysitter's grandkids somehow made the cut. I wasn't in a single frame. I just nodded, smiled politely, and backed away from the conversation like I just remembered a phone call I had to make. Inside, my chest felt tight, but not in a sad way. Not anymore. It was something sharper, cold, focused. I made a quick stop at the bar for another drink and took a seat near the back, thinking, running through everything. Every ride I'd given, every check I'd written, every time I'd made excuses for them. 4 years, I've been the family's quiet safety net. The extra wallet, the extra hand, the guy who would never rock the boat. And the kicker, that barbecue tomorrow, I knew exactly where it was being held. The rental for that park venue had gone through my account. I'd booked it 3 months ago when Mary said, "We just need someone with a clean payment history so it doesn't get flagged." I paid the deposit. The email confirmation was in my inbox. They never even bothered to switch it out. That was the moment something in me clicked. I didn't get angry, not outwardly. I didn't storm out or flip a table or demand answers. That would have been satisfying, sure, but too easy for them to paint me as the dramatic one. Instead, I finished my drink, helped pack up the decorations, and told Jerry it was great to see him. He said, "Thanks for everything, Chris. Really, you're one of the good ones." I smiled. "I appreciate that, Uncle Jerry. I really do." Then, I got in my car, drove home, opened my email and clicked cancel reservation. Took less than a minute. One click and their little closed family barbecue. Had no tables, no access, no permit. Just an empty patch of grass with no backup plan. I didn't tell anyone. I just went to bed. Slept like a rock. The next morning, my phone started buzzing. One call, then another, then texts, but I didn't check them. Not yet, because I already knew the storm was coming. And for once I wasn't the one left out in the rain. By noon the next day, the calls had turned into voicemails. My Aunt Mary's voice was the first, shrill and confused. "Chris, the park says our reservation doesn't exist. Did you cancel it by mistake? Call me back, please." Then my mom, "Why would you cancel the venue, Christopher? Everyone's already here. They're making us leave." Then Amanda, short and irritated, real mature. "Did you really have to make this about you?" That one made me laugh. About me? They threw a whole event, invited everyone but me, and now I was the one making it about me. I stayed in bed until nearly 2 p.m. Not because I was being lazy, but because I didn't want to give them the satisfaction of thinking I was pacing around, anxious, wondering what was happening. I already knew what the park people would say. "No reservation." "Sorry, ma'am. Someone canceled it yesterday evening." "Yes, we refunded the deposit." "No, you can't set up here without a permit." "Yes, we have another party arriving at 3 p.m. "No, I'm not going to argue with you in front of children." When I finally got up, I made myself a sandwich, opened my laptop and played some lo-fi music. It was oddly peaceful. I knew they'd try to salvage the event. Somewhere, somehow, but not with park tables, not with a covered pavilion, not with the big speakers they were planning to plug in, and definitely not with a bounce house. Around 4 p.m., I finally checked my phone. 43 messages. Most were from Amanda and my mom. Some from my cousin Megan. A few from numbers I didn't recognize, probably the plus ones and tagalongs who now had nowhere to sit and were trying to figure out what was happening. A few messages were just photos. One was of a bunch of folding chairs set up on someone's driveway. Another was a haphazard grill with 3 people crowding around it while smoke billowed into someone's face. It looked miserable. Then I saw the one message I didn't expect. "Uncle Jerry." It just said, "Call me when you can." I hesitated. Jerry had always been kind. He didn't deserve to be in the crossfire, but he also hadn't said a word when his wife, Mary, and daughter, Amanda, started icing me out. He'd been quietly complicit. I didn't know what to expect from that call. I dialed anyway. He answered on the first ring. "Chris," he said, like a man exhaling after a long day. "I figured you'd call. I saw your message," I said simply. There was a pause. "Was it you? The cancellation?" "Yes." I didn't dress it up or deny it. I wasn't ashamed. Another pause, then a sigh. "Well, can't say they didn't deserve it. Still, it caused a big mess today." "I'm sure it did," I said, not coldly, just honestly. "I didn't mean to ruin your weekend. I like you, Jerry. You're one of the few people in that family who's ever treated me like I mattered." He was quiet again. Then he said, "You do matter. I just didn't realize how badly they'd been treating you." I didn't respond right away. I didn't know how to explain that it hadn't just been one event or one day. It had been years of being the extra, the afterthought, the reliable one who never Got invited but always got asked for help. I'm not mad, I finally said. I'm just done. He let that sit. Then he said, I wish you weren't, but I get it. And that was the end of that call. Later that evening, Amanda posted something on her Instagram story. A blurry photo of the backup party complete with disposable plates, mismatched lawn, chairs, and a caption that read, even when some people try to ruin the fun, real family sticks together. The irony was suffocating. I didn't engage. Didn't reply, but a few days later, the refund from the venue hit my account. $1,750. I donated it to a local community center in Jerry's name. They were hosting a fundraiser to upgrade their kitchen. I added a note with the donation to someone who deserves a real celebration. About a week passed with radio silence, but then I got a message from Megan. It was longer than I expected and surprisingly honest. She wrote, Hey Chris. Know you're probably still mad, and I don't blame you. I didn't know you weren't invited until you said something at the party. I just assumed you were coming. When you walked away, I realized how messed up it was. The family's been treating you like a backup plan for years. I think some of them know it too, but no one's ever said anything because you never pushed back. I guess this was your push. Just wanted to say I saw it and I'm sorry. That message meant more to me than I thought it would. Not because it fixed anything, but because it confirmed. I wasn't crazy. Still, I didn't reply. Not yet. I was still figuring out what done looked like for me. In the days that followed, more messages trickled in. My mom sent a long email about how families go through rough patches and that I shouldn't punish them by cutting contact. Amanda, on the other hand, went full defensive, posting cryptic quotes like, You find out who people really are when they don't get what they want. I chuckled at that one. If only she knew. Meanwhile, I started doing something new. For the first time in a long while, I began investing in the relationships that made me feel whole. I had friends outside the family, ones who didn't forget me or use me. I invited them over, hosted small dinners, took a trip with a coworker group to the coast. I smiled more, slept better, but the family wasn't done yet. One night, about 2 weeks after the barbecue incident, I was getting home from work when I saw a car I recognized parked outside my apartment. My mom, and she wasn't alone. Amanda was with her, both sitting in the front seat like they'd been rehearsing what to say. They hadn't called, hadn't texted. They just showed up. I stood at the curb, keys in hand, looking at them through the windshield. Amanda stepped out first. We need to talk, she said flatly. You can't just ghost your family because of one mistake. I raised an eyebrow. One mistake. My mom climbed out next. We didn't mean to hurt you, sweetheart, but canceling the park and ruining everything wasn't the answer. You made everyone uncomfortable. I crossed my arms. Uncomfortable? That's rich. I've been uncomfortable at your events for years, but that wasn't a problem until I stopped funding them. Amanda rolled her eyes. This is getting ridiculous. Just admit you overreacted and come back to the group. I tilted my head, the corner of my mouth twitching, into a dry smile. That's when I said it. You want me back in the group? Then let's start with an apology. Not a fake one, a real one in front of the whole family. Amanda scoffed. You're joking. No, I said. I'm finally serious. And for the first time in years, they didn't know what to say. My mom looked stricken, like she wasn't sure whether to scold me or cry. Amanda, on the other hand, gave a tight laugh, more air than sound, and said, You've really let this go to your head. You think the family owes you a public apology just because you got your feelings hurt. I didn't answer right away. I just studied her. For years, Amanda had been the queen bee of our family dynamic. Golden child, loudest voice in the room, most photos on the fridge at our parents' house. If there was a group outing, she picked the place. If there was a disagreement, she won it by default. I used to think she earned that place. Now I realized she simply took it and the rest of us handed it to her to keep the peace. It's not about hurt feelings, I finally said. It's about respect or the total lack of it. I was treated like furniture, useful when needed, but invisible the rest of the time. I'm done playing along. If you want me back in your lives, it has to start with you admitting what you've done. My mom tried to soften things. You know how big families are. People forget things. People say things. We all have flaws. I raised a brow. Flaws? You stood there while Amanda laughed at me at the party. You smiled while Aunt Mary showed me photos from an event I paid for but wasn't invited to. You've been silent for years. Mom, that's not a flaw. That's a choice. Her mouth opened, then closed. She didn't have a comeback for that. Amanda folded her arms. So what? You're just cutting us off? You're not coming to Christmas, to birthdays? You're going to make everything awkward for everyone. I looked her straight in the eye. You already did. And with that, I turned and walked toward my front door. I could hear my mom's voice behind me. Tentative, weak. Chris, please don't do this. I paused with my hand on the door. Then, fix it. Own it. Apologize. I stepped inside and closed the door gently, not slamming it. That made it worse. For them, I think. I didn't make a scene. I didn't yell or curse. I was calm. Final. That's what rattled them. That night, no one texted, no follow-up calls, just silence. For the first time, I think they genuinely didn't know what to do. The next few days were quiet. No new drama, just space and peace. Then a week later, I got a message from Uncle Jerry again. It read, "Hey, I'm hosting a small dinner. Just a few people. I wanted to invite you. No speeches, no drama, just dinner. No one else from your mom's side will be there unless you say yes." First, I sat with that for a while. I didn't reply right away. I went to the gym, took a walk, ate dinner, and thought. Then I messaged back, "Only if it's at your place, and only if you promise not to mention the others." He replied, "Deal." That dinner turned out to be exactly what I needed. Jerry, his neighbor Dave, an old friend from his workdays, and me. We grilled, watched a movie, and talked about everything but family. For the first time, I didn't feel like a placeholder. I felt like a person. I was beginning to realize something important. Family isn't blood. It's not who shares your last name or who remembers your birthday because it's written on a calendar. It's who shows up, who respects you, and who listens even when it's hard. A few weeks later, I posted a photo on Instagram. Just me and Jerry toasting. Drinks on his back porch, captioned, "Sometimes your real family is the one that asks if you're okay, not just what you're bringing." Within hours, Amanda liked the post, then unliked it, then liked it again. The next day, I got a text from her. No greeting, no explanation. Just, "Fine. If that's what it takes, then let's talk. You want an apology? Meet me this Sunday. Everyone will be there." It was exactly what I said I wanted. But I learned something else, too. Sometimes people don't apologize because they're sorry. They do it because they're scared of losing their grip on the person they used to control. I sat with my phone in my hand, debating. Do I go? Do I show up to their table just to hear hollow words said through gritted teeth? Or do I let them live in the mess they made? Because for the first time in my life, I didn't need their approval. I wasn't the family doormat anymore. I was the one with the power now. I stared at the text for a long while. Everyone will be there. That line lingered in my mind like bait laced with the faint smell of guilt and performance. I imagined Amanda standing at the head of some table with arms folded, rehearsing a hollow speech crafted more to salvage her image than to acknowledge any real wrongdoing. My mother clutching her purse tightly, blinking back tears she'd conjure on command. The family nodding along, not out of agreement but out of exhaustion. I could already hear the phrases. "We're sorry. You felt that way. Let's just move forward. Let's not make it bigger than it is." They didn't want reconciliation. They wanted containment. But I wasn't a problem to be managed anymore. Still, a part of me itched for closure. For once, I wanted to say the things I'd never said. Not out of spite, but out of clarity. To take my seat, not at their table, but at my own. So I replied, I'll come, but if this is just for show, I'm walking out. I won't be polite this time. Amanda replied with a single thumbs up emoji. Sunday arrived, and I showed up to the same family house I'd visited since I was a kid. It looked the same. White shutters, slightly chipped porch rail, flower pots no one really watered. But everything felt smaller now, like someone had turned down the volume on nostalgia. As I walked up the front steps, the door opened before I even knocked. My mother stood there in pearls and that fake smile she reserved for guests and awkward church potlucks. Chris, she said, her voice bright. Come in. I nodded and stepped inside. The air smelled like cinnamon and roast chicken, comforting, familiar. The living room was packed. Uncle Jim, Aunt Mary, Megan, Amanda, and even my younger cousin Zach were all seated, stiff and overly composed. No one said anything at first. They just looked at me like I was the elephant in the room that had finally decided to speak. Amanda stood up. Thanks for coming, she said, like she was the host of a local news segment. We wanted to talk about everything. I didn't sit. I stayed near the entrance, arms crossed. Go on. She glanced at the others as if prompting them to say something, but they all stayed quiet. So, she continued, we know you felt left out. We've talked about it, and maybe we didn't realize how much you were doing for the family. It wasn't intentional, but things slipped through the cracks. A non-apology if I'd ever heard one. So, this is your big gesture? I said, acknowledging my existence now that I've stopped funding your parties. Megan winced. My mother cleared her throat. That's not fair, Chris. No, I tilted my head. Because I paid for Jerry's party, paid for the barbecue venue, helped with groceries after Dad's knee surgery, fixed Zach's computer, rewired Aunt Mary's lights. Should I keep going? Amanda looked irritated. Okay, we get. You're the family handyman/ATM. Do you want a medal or something? There it was. The real Amanda. No, I said calmly. I just wanted the same basic respect you give each other, the same seat at the table. But I guess that's only reserved for the core family. Uncle Jim finally spoke. We didn't mean it that way. Then what did you mean? I asked. When you hosted a barbecue and didn't invite me, even though I booked the venue? When you all posed for photos and smiled like nothing was wrong, when no one even thought to check in after I quietly stopped showing up. They had no answer, just the sound of the clock ticking and someone shifting awkwardly in their chair. You all had years to say something and you didn't. Gave and you took and took. And when I pulled away, you treated me like the problem, like I was overreacting, like I had to earn my place in this family. I looked around the room, but I finally figured something out. I never had a place. I was a utility, a convenience. And now that I've stopped being that, you want me back so you can keep using me. You want a band-aid, not a conversation. Amanda scoffed. Oh my God. You're being so dramatic. Then this is the last time, I said. The last time you get to call me that. The last time you reduce my boundaries to drama. I'm done. And I meant it. I turned to leave. Chris, wait. My mother stood up. Don't do this. I stopped at the door but didn't turn around. You always said we were family, she said. That we stick together. I looked back at her, my voice quiet but firm. Sticking together isn't the same as sticking around when you're not wanted. I spent years holding this family together with tape and favors. And when I stopped, you didn't ask if I was okay. You just got mad that I wasn't useful anymore. Amanda rolled her eyes. So, what? You're just cutting everyone off? No, I said, opening the door. I'm just finally choosing myself. And I walked out. The air hit different outside. Crisp, freeing. I didn't feel like the bad guy. Didn't feel guilty. I felt clean. That night, I deleted the family group chat. Blocked Amanda. I muted my mom's messages. I didn't do it out of spite. I did it for peace. Over the next few weeks, the silence continued. Megan messaged me again, this time more direct. I don't blame you. I probably do the same. Just know not. Everyone in the room agreed with how you were treated. If you ever want to talk, I'm here. I thanked her but didn't say much more. I wasn't ready to open that door again. Instead, I started building something new. A better circle. Friends who checked in without needing anything. Coworkers who invited me because they liked my presence, not my bank account. I even started dating again, something I'd avoided for years because I'd been so drained by my family drama. The old wounds still ached sometimes. Holidays were especially hard, but they hurt less when I reminded myself that walking away wasn't selfish. It was necessary. About 6 months later, I heard through a mutual friend that Amanda had thrown a party for her daughter's birthday. Half the family didn't show. Apparently, the absence of the guy who always made things run smoothly was being felt more than they expected. I smiled when I heard that because sometimes the best revenge is just removing yourself. No screaming, no chaos, just quiet, firm absence. I never got the apology I deserved, but I got something better. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name is Rachel, and I've always been the odd one out in my family. Not because I did anything wrong, but because somehow my success made me the enemy. I grew up in a middle-class home where money was tight, but I worked my ass off to build a life for myself. I got a scholarship to a great college, landed a high-paying job in finance, and now, at 32, I'm doing better than I ever thought possible. I'm not a millionaire, but I'm comfortable. I own my home, outright travel when I want, and up until recently I sent money to my family every month just to help out. I never expected gratitude, but I also never expected them to betray me like this. I should have seen the signs years ago. My mom always favored my brother, Mark, the golden child who could do no wrong. He bounced from job to job, never taking responsibility for anything, but somehow he was always trying his best. While I was too serious about work, or thinking I'm better than everyone. My sister, Lisa, was no better. She was the queen of passive-aggressive comments, always making sure to remind me that money doesn't buy happiness while conveniently forgetting that she had no problem cashing the checks I sent her when she was behind on rent. And then there was my dad, who just went along with whatever my mom said, never standing up for me, never calling out the blatant favoritism. But despite it all, I still tried. Every holiday I came home with gifts. Every family dinner I paid the bill. Every time one of them needed help, I was there. I thought foolishly that maybe if I kept giving, they'd finally accept me. Instead, they decided to show me exactly where I stood. It started at a holiday party, just a casual get-together at my parents' house. We were all sitting around the dining room table, plates filled with my mom's signature overcooked turkey, when I smiled and said, I can't wait for the reunion tomorrow. It'll be nice to see everyone again. For a second, there was silence. Then Mark let out a short chuckle. What? The reunion was yesterday. I blinked. What? Lisa smirked, sipping her wine like this was the most entertaining thing she'd seen all night. Yeah, it was yesterday. Didn't Mom tell you? I turned to my mother, heart pounding. You told me it was on the 23rd. She shrugged, not even looking guilty. Oops, must have gotten the dates mixed up. Mixed up. I wasn't some distant cousin they forgot to call. I was their daughter, their sister, and they had a whole family reunion without me. My aunt, who had been scrolling through her phone, held it up, showing me a picture. Everyone was there, my cousins, my uncles, my nieces and nephews, Mark, Lisa, my parents, smiling, laughing, arms around each other. And I hadn't even gotten to Text. Mark grinned, shaking his head. Damn, that's awkward. Guess we forgot to mention it. Lisa giggled. Oops, my bad. LOL. Something inside me went cold. I put down my fork, stood up, and walked away from the table without another word. I didn't yell, I didn't cry. I just walked away because in that moment, I knew this wasn't a mistake. This wasn't forgetfulness. They had done this on purpose and they were going to regret it. I walked out of the dining room, my footsteps steady, my breathing controlled. Didn't slam the door behind me. I didn't give them the satisfaction of seeing me lose my temper. Instead, I grabbed my coat from the hallway and stepped outside, into the cold winter air, letting it bite at my skin as I processed what had just happened. They had planned this. They had all known, my mother, my father, my brother, my sister. Every single one of them had looked me in the eye, smiled at me, and let me sit there like an idiot while they laughed about forgetting to tell me. Pulled my phone from my pocket and scrolled through my messages. Nothing. No missed calls, no texts, not even a half-ass wish you were here message. Wasn't even an afterthought. A dull ache settled in my chest, but I forced myself to push it down. I had spent years pretending their favoritism didn't bother me, that their little digs and cold shoulders didn't sting. But this was different. This was deliberate. This was them making a statement. I stared out at the quiet street, watching as snowflakes drifted down under the glow of the streetlights. I should have just gotten in my car and left, driven back to my house and cut them out of my life right then and there. But I didn't, because I wanted to see how far they would take this. After a few minutes, I forced myself to take a deep breath and turned back toward the house. The laughter inside continued as if nothing had happened. I pushed open the door and stepped back inside, hanging my coat up as if I had only stepped out for a breath of fresh air. My fingers were cold, but I didn't rub my hands together. Wanted the chill to settle into my bones, to remind me of what they had done. When I walked back into the dining room, my family barely acknowledged my return. My mother was slicing into a piece of pie, my father was refilling his glass of wine, and Lisa and Mark were whispering to each other, grinning. Pulled my chair back out and sat down. Lisa raised an eyebrow. Thought you left. I met her gaze, my face unreadable. Why would I leave? It's just a silly mistake, right? She gave me a slow, knowing smile. Of course, just a little mix-up. Mark snickered. You're taking this way too seriously. It's not like we did it on purpose. I leaned back in my chair. You all had an entire family reunion. Everyone was there. You had to coordinate food, drinks, decorations. Someone had to organize a venue, set a date, send out invitations. But not one of you remembered to text me. I tilted my head slightly. You expect me to believe that? My mother sighed dramatically, as if I were the one being difficult. Rachel, don't be like this. It's the holidays. Let's not ruin the mood over a simple mistake. A simple mistake? I glanced around the table, watching the way they all avoided my eyes, waiting for me to just drop it and move on like I always did. Could feel the expectation in the air. This was the part where I was supposed to sigh, brush it off, and pretend I wasn't hurt. That's what I had always done. Not this time. I picked up my fork, twirling it idly between my fingers. You know, I said, keeping my tone light, I've been thinking a lot about the monthly money I send you all. That got their attention. Lisa sat up a little straighter. My mother's eyes flickered with something close to panic. My father, who had been silent up until now, finally looked up from his plate. What about it? Mark asked, the suspicion in his voice unmistakable. I set my fork down gently. I just think it's interesting. I help pay Lisa's rent when she falls behind. I cover Mom and Dad's medical bills. I even send Mark money when he needs a little extra for whatever it is he does these days. I let the words settle before adding. And yet, somehow, I wasn't important enough to be invited to the family reunion. Silence. Lisa forced out a laugh, but it was nervous now. Oh, come on, you're not actually mad about this, are you? I didn't answer. Mark, on the other hand, scoffed. Look, you're acting crazy. It was just a mix-up, Rachel. Nobody's out to get you. And besides, he added, waving his fork in the air, you're doing fine. It's not like you need the reunion. You've got your fancy job, your nice house, your perfect little life. Oh, there it was. The jealousy, the bitterness, the resentment that had been bubbling under the surface for years, disguised as jokes, hidden behind backhanded compliments. I smiled, but there was no warmth in it. You're right, Mark. I do have a great life. Lisa gave me a sharp look. Rachel, don't be petty. I let out a soft hum of amusement. Petty? You mean like throwing an entire family reunion and conveniently forgetting to invite me? No one spoke. Then Mark rolled his eyes. Oh my God. You are so dramatic. You always have to act like a victim, don't you? He shoved another bite of food into his mouth, shaking his head. Whatever, you'll get over it just like you always do. I watched him chew, a smirk playing on his lips like he had already won, like they had all won. And that's when he said it. Besides, he added, wiping his mouth with a napkin, I already ordered those new Jordans with the money you send me every month. You wouldn't actually cut us off over something this stupid, right? The room went deadly quiet. My mother's eyes widened, her fork hovering midair. Lisa stiffened. My father cleared his throat awkwardly, pretending to focus on his plate. Mark, oblivious, just grinned. I mean, come on. You wouldn't do that to your family. And just like that, the decision was made. I set my napkin down, folded my hands neatly in my lap, and smiled. Wouldn't I? Mark's grin faltered. He blinked at me, waiting for me to laugh it off, to wave my hand and tell him I was just joking. But I wasn't joking. The silence stretched, heavy and suffocating, as realization settled over the table. My mother opened her mouth, then closed it. Lisa shifted in her seat, her fingers tightening around her fork. Even my father, usually content to stay out of these things, finally looked up and met my gaze with an expression I couldn't quite read. Mark, on the other hand, scoffed. Oh, come on, he said, his voice dripping with forced confidence. You're not actually serious. I tilted my head slightly, watching him squirm. You think I'll keep sending you money? I said slowly. After you all pulled this? Lisa forced out a short, nervous laugh. Rachel, you're being ridiculous. You know Mark didn't mean it like that. Oh, I leaned forward slightly, resting my elbows on the table. Then how did he mean it? Mark let out an exasperated sigh and tossed his napkin onto the table. Jesus, you're so sensitive. You're acting like I murdered your dog or something. We just forgot, okay? You're making a huge deal out of nothing. I nodded thoughtfully. Right, just a little mistake. My mother jumped in then, her voice saccharine and sweet. Rachel, honey, we love you, you know that. We're family. She reached across the table, placing her hand over mine. Let's not let a simple misunderstanding ruin that. I stared at her hand, then at her face, the carefully constructed mask of motherly concern, the same mask she had worn every time she had dismissed my feelings, every time she had brushed off their favoritism like I was the one imagining things. And I realized something right then and there. They weren't sorry. Not for what they had done, not for how they had treated me. They were sorry because I was finally standing up for myself. I pulled my hand away. You know, I used to wonder how different this conversation would be if I didn't send you all money every month. My father cleared his throat. Rachel, I held up a hand. No, really, would any of you even be trying to smooth this over if I weren't your personal bank account? No one answered. Lisa had the audacity to look offended. That's not fair. We care about you. I let out a soft laugh. You care about what I can do for you. Mark rolled his eyes. Oh my God. Here we go again. You always have to play the victim. Maybe we didn't invite you because we didn't want to deal with this exact kind of drama. I arched an eyebrow. Then you won't have to deal with it anymore. The tension in the air shifted. My mother's expression flickered with unease. My father looked down at his plate, pretending to be uninterested, but I saw his fingers tighten around his fork. Lisa's mouth pressed into a thin line, and Mark just laughed. Oh please, you're not going to cut us off. You're too nice for that. I smiled. I guess you'll find out. Mark's face fell. I stood up, smoothing my dress, and grabbed my purse from the back of my chair. The whole table watched me like I was about to detonate a bomb. Rachel, my mother said, her voice edging toward panic now. Don't be rash. We're family. You don't just turn your back on family. I turned to look at her, my expression unreadable. You all turned your backs on me a long time ago. With that, I walked toward the door. Wait, Lisa blurted out, scrambling to her feet. You're not actually serious, right? You're not really cutting us off. Open the front door. The cold air rushed in, cutting through the warm, suffocating air of the house. I looked over my shoulder, my voice calm, almost casual. Enjoy the shoes, Mark. And then I stepped outside, closing the door behind me. I barely made it to my car before my phone started buzzing. Mom. I let it go to voicemail. Then, Lisa, ignored. Then, surprise, surprise, Mark. I smirked to myself, shaking my head as I climbed into the driver's seat. That didn't take long. I wasn't even out of the driveway when the first text came in. Okay. Very funny. You made your point. Can you send the money now? I rolled my eyes and put my phone on silent. The drive home was peaceful. For the first time in years, I felt a strange sense of freedom. I didn't have to play the role of the nice one anymore, the one who always forgave, always gave, always put up with their nonsense. I was done. But they were just getting started. By the time I got home, my phone had exploded with messages. Lisa had sent, Rachel, don't be so dramatic. Family is family. Mom, you don't mean this. We raised you better than this. Dad, uncharacteristically brief, just sent, call your mother. And then there was Mark, who had sent far too many messages for someone who supposedly didn't care. At first, it was the usual Mark. Nonsense, mocking, condescending, assuming I'd cave like always. You're really cutting us off over this? Unreal. Then another. What are you going to do? Spend all your money on candles and fancy pillows. Then a final jab. Fine, be petty, whatever. Then the shift happened. Hey, okay, listen, I kind of need that money like soon. I smirked. Here we go. I ordered some stuff, expecting you to send it this month. Oh, now he was admitting it. It's not just the shoes. I may have also gotten a new TV. Raised an eyebrow. And a PS5 and a laptop. But I had it all planned out. Your transfer was supposed to come in today, Ratch. Come on. I took a slow sip of my tea, scrolling further. You're seriously not answering? This isn't funny. They're going to charge my card tomorrow, Rachel. I don't have the money to cover it. Do you want me to go into debt? I nearly choked on my tea. Oh, this was gold. Mark wasn't just inconvenienced. He was in real trouble. For years, he had lived with this smug confidence, knowing I'd always come through, always help. He had spent money he didn't have because he assumed I would keep paying, and now he was desperate. A notification popped up. Incoming call from Mark. I let it ring. Then another, and another. Then a message, short and to the point. Pick up the phone. I sat back, watching my screen, a slow grin forming on my face. For the first time ever, I was the one in control. They thought I'd just roll over, that I'd let them gaslight me into believing it was my fault, that I was being unreasonable. But they forgot one very important thing. I was done being the family's ATM. And Mark. Mark was about to learn exactly what that meant. I put my phone down and stretched out on the couch, feeling more relaxed than I had in years. Let them squirm, let them panic. I wasn't their safety net anymore, and they were about to feel what that really meant. Mark had always been reckless with money, but this was something else. He had gone ahead and racked up a bunch of charges on his credit card, fully expecting me to cover them like I always had. And now that I wasn't playing along, he was spiraling. I scrolled through his messages again, shaking my head. A new TV, a PS5, a laptop, and that was on top of the expensive shoes he'd already mentioned earlier. How much had he actually spent? Knowing Mark, he'd probably gone for the top-of-the-line versions of everything, assuming it didn't matter because I was footing the bill. But now the reality was hitting him hard. I put my phone on silent and turned on the TV, ready to enjoy my evening. But before I could even pick something to watch, my phone lit up again. Another call. From Mark, then another and another. He was relentless. I ignored them all, but then, after a few minutes, my phone buzzed with a message from Mom. "Rachel, call your brother now." I scoffed. Oh, now she cared? Funny how that worked. Then another one. "This is serious. He's in trouble. You need to help him." I took my time finishing my drink before even considering a response. Then a message from Lisa. "Okay. Look, I get that you're mad, but you've made your point. Can you just send the money now? He's freaking out." I grinned. They were starting to crack. Then Mark again. "Rachel, if you don't send the money tonight, I'll be in trouble. Do you get that? I can't pay for this." "Oh, I got it. All right." I let another 15 minutes pass. The messages kept coming. Then finally one that really made me laugh. "Rachel, please." There it was, the desperation. I let that one sit unanswered for another 10 minutes before finally picking up the phone and calling Mark. He picked up on the first ring. "Finally." "Rachel, what the hell? You've been ignoring me all night." I leaned back on the couch. "Oh, I saw your messages. I was just busy." "Busy? Busy doing what?" "Relaxing." He made a sound of pure frustration. "Rachel, you don't get it." "I know, Mark. You don't get it." My voice was calm but firm. "You assumed. I keep paying for you. You didn't even ask, you just went ahead and spent money you didn't have because you thought I'd be there to bail you out again." There was silence on the other end. Then he scoffed. "Oh, come on. You're really this mad over some dumb reunion? It was a mistake. We forgot to tell you. Big deal. But now you're punishing me for it? That's insane." I shook my head. "No, Mark, this isn't about the reunion. It's about the fact that I'm done. Done being treated like a walking wallet. Done being lied to. Done being used." His voice rose. "Used? Oh my God. Rachel, you're so dramatic. You're acting like we're stealing from you. We're family. You have money. It's not like it's a big deal to you." There it was, the entitlement, the expectation, the sheer audacity of it. I let out a short laugh. "Well, you really don't see it, do you?" "See what?" "That you're being completely unreasonable." "No, that I don't owe you anything. I was helping because I wanted to, but now I don't want to anymore." "You can't be serious." He breathed. "Rachel, you can't do this. I already spent the money. I can't just return everything." "Not my problem," I said simply. "You don't get it," he snapped. "They're going to charge my card at midnight if I don't have the money. My account is going to overdraft. You're just going to let that happen." I was quiet for a moment, letting his panic settle in. Then I spoke, my voice calm. "Yes, I am." He let out a strangled laugh, like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Rachel, Rachel, come on. Just this one last time. Just send it, and I swear I'll never, ever ask again." I sighed. "That's what you said last time. And the time before that. And the time before that. This is different." "No, it's not." It's exactly the same. You made a reckless decision, thinking I'd clean up your mess. But I'm not doing that anymore. Rachel. His voice cracked slightly. Please. I almost felt a twinge of sympathy, almost. But then I remembered every time I'd been dismissed, every time they'd laughed at me, every time they treated me like an outsider in my own family. I stood firm. You'll figure it out, I said. Good luck. Then I hung up. Within seconds, my phone started buzzing again. I ignored it. Then a message from Lisa. What did you just say to him? He's freaking out. Didn't answer. Then Mom. Rachel, you were being cruel. He's your brother. You have to help him. No, I didn't. And finally, another message from Mark. You're going to regret this. I smiled, turned off my phone, and went to bed. Let him panic. Let them all panic, because for once I wasn't the one losing sleep over it. The next morning, I woke up to a ridiculous amount of missed calls and messages. Mark, Lisa, Mom, one after another, all trying to get me to cave. But I had already made my decision. I wasn't backing down. I took my time getting out of bed, made myself a nice breakfast, and scrolled through my messages while sipping my coffee. Most of them were the same, guilt-tripping, whining, and demands. But then I saw something new. Rachel, I swear to God, if you don't send the money, I'll come to your house myself. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, a threat now? Then another message, this one from Mom. Mark is on his way over. Please just talk to him. I set my cup down and sighed. So that was how they wanted to play it. Fine, let's play. About an hour later, just as I was finishing up some work, my doorbell rang. Already knew who it was. I opened the door to find Mark standing there, looking like an absolute mess. His hair was disheveled, his shirt was wrinkled, and there were dark circles under his eyes. He had clearly not slept. Rachel, he said, trying to keep his voice steady, we need to talk. I crossed my arms and leaned against the doorframe. Talk about what? I thought. I made myself pretty clear last night. His jaw tightened. Just, look, I messed up. Okay? But I need you to help me out, this one time. One time. Tilted my head. You mean just like last time, and the time before that? His hands clenched into fists. Come on, you have the money. It wouldn't even hurt you. I let out a short laugh. That's the problem, Mark. You think my money is your safety net, that it's just something you're entitled to. But it's not. He let out a frustrated sigh, running a hand through his hair. Rachel, I don't have time for this. The charges are hitting my account today. I stared at him. Mark, I just want you to take responsibility for once in your life. His face twisted into something ugly. This is because of the reunion, isn't it? You're being petty over a stupid party. I laughed again. Oh, trust me, Mark. This is about a lot more than just that. He was breathing heavily now, like he was barely holding himself together. So you're really not going to help me? Nope. His hands clenched at his sides, his nostrils flaring. Then, as if something in him snapped, he hissed, You're just a selfish brat. You think you're better than us because you have money? Newsflash. Rachel, you're not. You'll always just be the pathetic little sister who had to buy her way into respect. And when you finally lose all that money, don't come crawling back to us because we won't care. I didn't even flinch. I just smiled. Good to know, Mark. Now get off my property. He stood there glaring at me, waiting for me to cave, but I didn't. After a few tense seconds, he let out a bitter laugh and turned to leave. Fine, whatever. Don't help me, but don't expect this to be over. I watched as he stormed off, muttering under his breath as he got into his car. My phone buzzed. Again. A message from Mom. Rachel, what did you do? Mark is furious. I shook my head and shut the door, sending a final message to my family. I'm done. Don't ever ask me for money again. Felt final. I hit send, turned off my phone, and went on with my day. For the first time in a long while I felt at peace. The following days were quieter. My family didn't reach out anymore and, for a while, it was like they just accepted that I wasn't coming back to the role they always put me in, their ATM, their backup plan, their easy way out. Didn't hear from Mark or Lisa. It was a relief, but also a bit strange. A week passed and then another. I didn't even think about them that much. Focused on my work, my life, and doing things for myself. Then one night I got a message from Mark. I messed up. I don't know what to do. Please, Rachel, help me. I stared at it for a moment, feeling no rush to reply. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't frustrated. I had simply moved on. I deleted the message without responding. The next day, I went about my routine, completely unbothered. And in that moment, I realized that for the first time in my life, I was living for myself. No guilt, no expectations, just me. And that was exactly how I wanted it to stay. Now on to the next story. Story 6. At Sunday dinner, I said, I'm excited for our big family cruise. My sister snorted. Oh, you thought you were coming? My dad grinned. It's for real family. Laughter. I just nodded and helped clear the plates. A week later, they got to the airport and nothing was paid. I'd reversed every booking. The family chat exploded with panicked messages. Then came the first call from my dad. The last thing I ever expected to hear at Sunday lunch was my dad telling me in front of everyone that they'd be flying to Hawaii on my money. There was no build up to it, no softening of the blow. He just dropped it in the middle of the conversation like he was commenting on the salad dressing. I thought he was joking at first, that maybe it was some kind of messed up attempt at humor, but then Angela pulled out her phone and started scrolling through the resort pictures. Michelle mentioned how she was hoping to swim with dolphins and wondered if I had remembered to book that excursion. My mom looked at me and said she was glad I'd finally decided to do something meaningful for the family. All of them just sitting there calmly discussing their vacation like it was something we planned together. We hadn't. In fact, I hadn't even told them when I booked my own flight. I'd been quietly saving for nearly a year, not with extra money lying around. Real saving, stretching every paycheck, taking on ugly weekend shifts, selling stuff I used to love. No social life, no takeout, no days off unless I was sick. I had a spreadsheet with daily goals and I hit them like it was religion. All I wanted was 1 week in Hawaii. Alone, no noise, no one asking me for favors. No one telling me I wasn't enough. They knew about it. I told them months ago around New Year's. Back then, they laughed it off. Angela said I'd hate it and come crawling back by day 2. Michelle joked I'd probably cry alone on a beach. My dad said I was being impulsive. My mom said I should think about what really matters. I didn't realize then that what they really meant was, you should think about us. That Sunday lunch, they made it clear. They had already booked their flights, using my emergency card without asking. My mom apparently gave the number to Dad, because she thought it was family money. Then he gave it to the girls and they just went wild. First-class seats, 5-star resort, spa treatments. Michelle even signed up for some luxury yoga retreat that cost more than my rent. And there I was, sitting across from them with a half-empty plate of overcooked chicken, listening to them talk like I didn't exist, like I was just the ATM. That finally delivered. I said nothing. I smiled when they smiled, nodded when they said thank you, even though they didn't really mean it. Inside, something went still. The next week was quiet. They were busy texting each other in the family group chat, planning outfits and hashtags for their vacation posts. I watched it all from a distance. Angela posted her packed suitcase. Michelle showed off her new bikini. My mom shared a photo of some beach restaurant she wanted to try. They even started calling it our trip, as if I was going with them. As if this whole thing was some generous gift I'd lovingly prepared. The night before their flight, around midnight, I canceled everything. I'd already flagged the card and spoken with the travel agency. Took 15 minutes. Flights gone. Resort canceled. Excursions refunded to my account. I turned off my phone and went to sleep. The morning of their flight, I turned it back on. 76 unread messages. The first ones were confused. Then came the frantic ones. Then came the picture, Angela, crying at the airport. Michelle red-faced with frustration. Mom on the phone, trying to figure out what happened. My dad looking like someone had stolen his world. The caption under Angela's photo just said, "How could you?" That night, my dad called me. No greetings, no small talk. Just told me I had betrayed the family, that I'd embarrassed them, that if I didn't make it right, I was no longer welcome in the house or in their lives. I said, "Okay." He paused for a moment like he didn't understand what he just heard. Then he hung up. That was the moment everything really started to change. 2 days after they were supposed to be flying over the Pacific, they showed up. At my place. No warning, just a hard knock at the door around noon. Like it was urgent. I opened it and there they were. My dad in his work boots, mom clutching her purse like it was a shield, Angela in sunglasses despite the cloudy day, and Michelle in one of those giant hoodies she wears when she's about to start something. None of them said hello. They walked in like it was their place, brushing past me and settling into my tiny living room like they had a right to be there. Just stood by the door for a second, watching them try to figure out who would speak first. My dad did. Of course he did. He said they weren't there to argue, just to clear the air. That phrase always meant the same thing in my family. Everyone yells at Mike until he agrees they're right. But this time was different. He said they felt blindsided and humiliated. That what I did at the airport wasn't just mean, it was cold. That it made them look like fools in front of strangers, like they'd been tricked. My mom chimed in. Next, she said she was confused. Why would I embarrass the family like that? Didn't I realize how stressful this year had been? That they needed this trip? Not wanted, needed. Like their emotional well-being depended on a beachside cocktail and a massage I was supposed to fund. Angela was quieter, but not any better. She kept shaking her head and saying she still couldn't believe I did that she had told all her friends about the trip and now had to explain it was canceled by her brother for no reason. Michelle just stared at me like I was a traitor. She only said one thing the whole time. You knew we were counting on this. That sentence stuck in my head. Counting on it. Not hoping, not asking. Counting. They all thought this was a done deal. They decided among themselves that my work, my savings, my plans didn't matter. That I'd roll over like always. When I didn't, they didn't try to understand. They acted like victims. I didn't fight. I didn't yell. I just sat there and listened. I nodded at the right moments, said things like, "I hear you and I get that." Let them think. They were getting through to me. Let them believe they'd soften me. It was easier that way. They left thinking I was halfway to apologizing. They had no idea. 3 days later, I got a text from Michelle. Said she was short on rent. Said the landlord was getting antsy and she just needed a little help this month. Stared at the message for a full minute, then put my phone down and did nothing. Later that evening, Angela sent me a follow-up. "Hey, can you cover Michelle's rent just this once? She's freaking out." I didn't open it. The next morning, Mom called. Her tone was softer, more emotional. Said she was really worried about Michelle. Said it would be heartbreaking if she got evicted. Then she slipped in that it would reflect badly on all of us if the neighbors found out. I still said nothing. That night, my dad called. He didn't waste time. He said I was punishing my sisters, that withholding help was cruel, that I was crossing a line, and he didn't recognize the person I was becoming. He was right. He didn't recognize me. None of them did, because for the first time in my life, I wasn't letting guilt guide me. The messages kept coming over the next few days. Longer, more emotional, more dramatic. Angela accused me of ruining Michelle's life. Michelle said I was selfish, bitter, and fake. My mom sent voice messages I didn't listen to. My dad said I was no longer acting like part of the family. I didn't respond to any of them, and the silence hit them harder than yelling ever could. A week later, I got a knock at the door again. I didn't open it this time. Peeked through the peephole and saw Michelle standing there alone, pacing. She stayed for a few minutes, knocked again, then left. That night, she texted me a screenshot of a rent notice and wrote, "Happy now." I didn't reply. A day after that, Angela called 3 times in a row. I didn't answer. Then she texted, "This is getting out of hand. You're breaking Mom's heart." That was followed by a photo of Mom on the couch holding a tissue, looking sad. I turned off notifications. What none of them seemed to get was that they weren't just asking for money. They were testing me. They wanted to know if I was serious about not being the doormat anymore. They were pushing at the door, trying to see if it would open. Again, like it always had. Didn't. And that's when the tone changed. The next few days, things escalated. My dad sent me a long message that looked like it had been written in Word and copied into a text. He called it a formal response to my behavior. He said I was cold, that my selfishness was destroying the family bond, that I needed to make amends or I'd be on my own for good. I replied with one word, "Understood." That set off another chain of messages, this time from my mom. Long paragraphs about sacrifice, love, family. She said they raised me better, that I'd forgotten who I was. Then came the part that really showed their hand. "If you keep this up, your sisters might have to move back home. Do you want that for them? For us?" That was it. That was the real problem. Not Michelle's rent, not Angela's spa day, not their hurt feelings. It was inconvenience. They didn't want to deal with the mess they made. They wanted me to keep things quiet, manageable, clean. But they broke it. And now they were trying to guilt me into taping it back together. I didn't flinch. I didn't send money. And within a few more days, Michelle finally broke. She posted on social media, cryptic at first, a black screen with a quote about betrayal. Then a selfie with a caption, "Guess who's moving back into the dungeon?" It wasn't subtle. People started messaging me. Family, friends, distant cousins, even a coworker who saw it and asked if everything was okay at home. That night, my mom left a voicemail, just crying. No words, just sobbing and sniffles. I sat on my couch and listened to it all the way through. Then I deleted it. That week was the first real break. Not a fight, not a dramatic showdown. Just silence. Stubborn, heavy silence. They stopped texting. No calls, no guilt, no threats. It was like a standoff. They were waiting for me to blink. But I wasn't going to. Not this time. By the end of the second week, the silence had started to feel normal. Not peaceful exactly, but clean. For the first time in years, my phone wasn't vibrating with demands disguised as concerns. There were no guilt-laced voice notes, no emergencies with the rent, no phone calls that started with "we hate to ask" and ended with my bank account lighter. I went to work, made dinner, took walks around the block like a guy who didn't owe anyone anything. It felt almost surreal, like they were hibernating, waiting for me to crack and come crawling back. But I wasn't planning to. I felt steady. For the first time in a long time. Then something weird happened. It was a Wednesday. I came home from work and there was a package sitting in front of my door. No return address, just my name, written in permanent marker. I hadn't ordered anything and it didn't look like something from a store. It was taped up like someone had rushed through it, like they wanted it gone fast. I brought it inside and opened it on the kitchen table. Inside were papers, stacks of them, printed out and crammed into a file folder. At first, I thought it was junk until I started reading. They were screenshots, emails, text messages, chat logs, dozens of conversations between my family. Some were from months ago, others from just a few weeks before the Hawaii blow-up. The more I read, the colder I got. Angela had written to Michelle, "Don't worry, He's not going to do anything. Mike doesn't know how to say no. Michelle responded, he'll be pissed for 5 minutes. Then he'll cry and send the money like always. Another thread between my dad and Angela talked about how to justify it if I pushed back. Just say it's about healing the family. Guilt him a little. He wrote, he falls for emotional stuff. Use mom. She's the only one he halfway listens to. Then I found a message from my mom to Angela. Don't tell him everything. Just enough to make him feel included. You know how he gets when he thinks we're excluding him. And it wasn't just about the trip. There were messages going back years. Rent, payments, bills, even my birthday dinner 2 years ago that I thought they paid for. It was apparently put on my own card by Michelle, who laughed about it. Later, in a chat with Angela, they had a whole system. I was their backup plan, their emergency fund, the invisible thread holding up the mess they kept creating for themselves. I had to sit down. I kept reading, not even feeling angry anymore, just stunned. There was a sense of something shifting, like gravity had changed, like I'd finally seen behind a wall I didn't even know was there. I still don't know who sent it. No note, no signature, just the truth dumped in a box. I checked the postmark. It came from across town. Someone nearby. Maybe someone in the family. Maybe someone who had had enough. Whoever it was, they wanted me to see it. That night, Michelle posted a crying selfie on Instagram. Real tears this time. The caption said, some betrayals you never recover from. In the comments, her friend tagged me. Just wrote, dude, seriously? I didn't respond. I didn't need to. Then my phone rang. It was my dad. He didn't yell. He sounded exhausted. Said the situation had spiraled and that they were willing to come by and talk like adults. Said they just wanted things to go back to normal. I told him, sure, come by tomorrow. I was calm when I said it because now I wasn't wondering anymore. Now I knew exactly who they were. They came exactly when they said they would. 5 o'clock sharp. I already had the door unlocked. I wasn't nervous. I wasn't angry either. I'd stopped feeling much of anything about it. I was just curious now. I wanted to see how far they'd go. Pretending. All 4 of them walked in like it was a Sunday visit. My dad looked like he was trying out a softer version of himself. Less barking orders, more corporate team leader. My mom carried a bag of store-bought cookies and put them on the table. Like it meant something. Angela was scrolling on her phone the whole time. Michelle didn't even say hello. We sat in the same room where they'd shouted at me years ago about quitting grad school. The same room where they made me explain why I was still single, again and again. This time they didn't yell. They were polite, unnaturally so. My dad started. He talked about misunderstandings and emotional misfires. He said the family had been under a lot of pressure, that things were said in heat, and maybe I'd taken it more personally than they meant. My mom tried to tear up a little when she talked about wanting her son back. She said she missed my presence like I was a ghost that used to wander their house and now haunted someone else's life. Angela chimed in once to say, you know we love you, right? But she didn't look up from her phone. Michelle just stared at the floor, like she was rehearsing something. They never apologized. Not really. They used words like miscommunication, stress, poor timing, words that meant nothing. They didn't ask what I needed. They didn't acknowledge the betrayal. And no one, not one of them, mentioned the package with the screenshots, which meant either they didn't know it had been sent or they were pretending not to. Either way, I wasn't going to bring it up. That box had become more than evidence. It was leverage, and I wasn't in the business of wasting leverage on people who only cared about comfort. I played along, nodded, said I understood, asked how they were doing. I let them believe it was working. They left after about 45 minutes. My mom hugged me tight. My dad shook my hand like we'd signed a contract. Angela gave a side hug and mumbled, see you soon. Michelle didn't even turn around when she walked. The next 2 days were quiet. Then the request came. Michelle texted me, hey, I No, we're all good now, but rent's late. Landlord's freaking. Just this one time, I swear. I stared at the message for a while. Not because I was thinking about helping, but because I was watching how quickly the mask came off. I didn't respond. Angela texted next. You said we were moving forward. Don't punish her. That word again. Punish. That's what they thought this was. Not consequences. Not accountability. Just punishment. In their minds, the only reason I'd say no was to hurt them. Then came the full collapse. First a call from my dad. Voicemail only. Started measured, then turned into shouting. He said I was manipulating the family, pretending to make peace just so I could twist the knife later. That I was playing games. Then my mom, she sent 6 messages in a row, all emotional. Spirals. She said she didn't recognize me anymore. That I used to care. That I used to be the good one. Angela left the family chat, rejoined, left again, then posted a story on Instagram with a quote about betrayal. Some people will watch you drown and call it growth. Michelle finally dropped the act. She left a voice message. No filters, no emotional angles, just her screaming. Full rage. Real panic, not crying. Howling, no words, just that raw, unbearable sound people make when their comfort is ripped away and they can't pretend anymore. And that was the day it ended. I saw the moving van outside her place that afternoon. By nightfall, she posted a blurry photo of her old bedroom in my parents' house. The caption said, "Back in the tomb. Thanks to my selfish brother." Subtle as always. 3 days later, Angela followed. She didn't announce it, but I noticed she went quiet online. A friend of mine spotted her car in my parents' driveway. They were back under the same roof. A full house, 1 bathroom, years of resentment and me out of it. The next morning, I checked the family chat and saw I'd been removed. No message, no warning, just gone. And that was the moment I realized something important. They didn't remove me because they didn't care. They removed me because I had something they no longer controlled. Peace. I didn't check the family chat anymore after they kicked me out. It wasn't dramatic. There was no final insult or last desperate plea. One day I opened the app and the chat just wasn't there. No notification, no goodbye. That's how it ended. It felt strange at first, like when you instinctively reach for a wallet that isn't in your pocket. There was a hole where something used to be, even if it was something broken, and then it felt like nothing. I slept better, ate slower, stopped waiting for the next guilt trip to land in my inbox. My apartment, once temporary and bare, started to feel like mine. Rearranged the furniture, bought real curtains. I even painted a wall, something I never bothered to do before. Something about the quiet made me realize how much of my life had been wrapped around anticipating someone else's needs. And for the first time, I started thinking long-term about things like peace, relationship that wasn't built on obligation, a home that didn't echo with someone else's voice. I didn't want to just escape anymore. I wanted to build. But peace never lasts long when other people are falling apart. One morning, I got a letter in my mailbox. A real envelope, thick paper, no stamp. Someone had dropped it off by hand. The handwriting was sharp and neat. Inside were just a few lines. You were never the problem. Others are starting to figure that out too. Keep your eyes open. You'll understand soon enough. That same week, I got a Facebook message from someone I hadn't thought about in years. My Uncle Greg, my dad's older brother, the one who disappeared after a falling out 2 decades ago. I barely remembered his voice. His message: "You need to hear a few things. Call me." I didn't want to, but I did. He answered immediately. No small talk. He said he'd been watching, well, not watching, but hearing. Apparently, someone in the family had sent him what I'd been sent. The screenshots, the messages. He wouldn't say who. He said it didn't matter. What mattered was the pattern. He told me stories about my dad I'd never heard. How he used to do the same thing to Greg. Drain him, use him, guilt him into giving more than he could. Greg walked away when he was 32 and never went back. Said he recognized the same thing happening to me, just dressed up in modern clothes, group chats instead of family dinners, Venmo instead of guilt-laced birthday cards. Then he told me the part that stuck. My dad wasn't just acting out of pride or anger. He was covering something. Debt. Greg found records, court filings, quiet, asset transfers, a business in serious decline. He said the Hawaii trip wasn't a celebration. It was a distraction, a desperate attempt to hold up the illusion of stability before it all collapsed. And now, with me out of the equation, it was collapsing faster. I asked why he was telling me all this. He paused, then said, "Because I know what it's like to be told you're the bad guy when you're the only one waking up." He offered a place to stay if I ever wanted to disappear for a bit. Oregon, remote, quiet, no strings. I didn't say yes, but I didn't say no. Over the next month, pieces started to flow back to me through other people. Coworker mentioned Michelle was working at the same coffee shop she used to make fun of. Someone else told me Angela had posted a crying video again, this time about toxic family patterns. My mom was seen outside the supermarket, talking to herself, pacing. My dad sold his motorcycle, then his tools, then apparently half the furniture. They never reached out again. Not once. They weren't ignoring me. They were pretending I no longer existed. That's how they managed it. If they acknowledged what happened, they'd have to admit they lost something they thought would never leave. And the truth is, they didn't lose me because I hated them. They lost me because I finally believed them. Believed that if I stood up, they'd walk away. And they did. But not before I learned the most important thing. Sometimes the only way to heal is to burn the bridge and keep walking until the smoke disappears behind you. It's been 3 months since I last heard from any of them. No texts, no calls, no letters, just silence. And honestly, it's been fine. Surprisingly fine. Michelle still lives at my parents' house. I heard from a friend of a friend that Angela tried moving out again but couldn't keep a roommate. My dad's business is still standing, barely, and my mom hasn't been seen much outside. But none of that really concerns me anymore. I'm still working, still building. I started seeing someone, not serious yet, but healthy, easy. We cook together, talk late. She doesn't know much about what happened, and I don't feel the need to explain all of it. Sometimes I walk past the places where I used to meet them, restaurants I paid for, stores I waited outside while they shopped. I don't avoid them. I just keep walking. I'm not angry. I'm not bitter. I'm just done. And for the first time in a long time, that's enough. Now on to the next story. Story 7. At a family picnic, my mom took my daughter for a walk, then returned without her. When I panicked, my sister said, "She's fine. We needed a break from her whining." My mom added, "You spoil her. This is a lesson." Turns out they left her alone at a playground 2 miles away in 90 degrees heat. I didn't scream. I just made a decision. One phone call ruined their lives. I almost exploded when my mother looked me in the eye and said they left Lily at the playground too to teach her a lesson. My fist clenched so tightly I could feel my nails cutting into my palms. My vision narrowed, heart pounding so hard it felt like it echoed in my skull. Every instinct I had screamed to do something, yell, smash something, grab the keys, and tear out of the driveway. But I didn't. I've learned over the years that my rage doesn't scare people like my mother. Feeds her. She lives in that storm. She knows how to twist it, redirect it, make it look like you're the unstable one. So I swallowed it hard. And I did the one thing she never expects from me. I listened. "We needed a break," she said. She was screaming, crying, wouldn't calm down. Ava didn't even pretend to be sorry. You should have seen her kicking, yelling. We told her to stop. She didn't, so we left. "You left her." Emily's voice cracked. She was standing beside me but already inching toward the door. "At the park," my mom said. like she was stating where she parked her car. There were people there. It's not like she was alone. She was, Ava added. For a little while. She needed to cool off. You let her walk all over you. It's not healthy. Took everything in me not to scream. We hadn't planned on coming home until later that afternoon. It was supposed to be a short weekend trip, just the two of us, our first since Lily was born. We weren't even gone 48 hours. My mom practically pushed us out the door. Take some time for yourselves, she said. We'll have fun. She's in good hands. They were already acting strange when we FaceTimed on Saturday night. Lily didn't smile once. She didn't speak either, just waved and looked off camera the whole time. My mom said she was tired. Ava said she was sulking. But now we were here and she wasn't. They left her at a park across town, 2 miles away on foot. At the hottest point of the day. I looked at the clock. It was just after 10 o'clock. In the morning. My mother said they dropped her off yesterday. Late afternoon. I didn't say a word. Emily turned and walked out and I followed her. We drove in. Silence, just praying we'd find her sitting on a swing. Maybe angry, maybe confused. But there she wasn't. A woman near the basketball court said she'd seen a little girl crying near the slides after sunset. Said she sat there for hours and wouldn't talk to anyone. She gave her a bottle of water and called the cops when no one came to get her. Emily was already calling the station when I turned the car around. They found her just before dark wrapped in a towel, skin red from the heat, dehydrated and quiet. The officer said she hadn't said much, just that her grandma left her there and told her to figure it out. When we walked into the station, Lily ran to us. She didn't say anything, just buried herself in Emily's arms and held on, like she thought we might disappear too. The officer asked if we wanted to press charges. I said, no, not yet. We brought her home. She didn't speak on the way, didn't ask questions, just stared out the window, blinking slowly like she hadn't slept all night. I walked into the house and saw them sitting there. Ava scrolling her phone. My mom watching the news, a cup of coffee in her hand like this was any other Sunday. They didn't ask about Lily. They didn't apologize. My mom looked at me and said, I hope you realize this is why she's the way she is. You can't shelter her forever. That was the moment I knew something in me had shifted. I told them to get out. They laughed. Ava actually laughed. This is our house too, she said. No, it wasn't. The mortgage was in my name. I let them stay after their condo. Deal fell through out of guilt, mostly. I thought maybe it would give Lily a chance to bond with her grandparents. That was my mistake. I didn't yell. Didn't argue. I called the locksmith. Then I made another call. One I'd been holding off for years. A quiet contact I hoped I'd never have to use. It was time to pull a string I knew would unravel everything. Because this wasn't about discipline. It was cruelty and I wasn't going to let it go. The call I made wasn't to the police. It was to someone I used to work with. Before I started my own business, a guy named Ree who now handles compliance investigations for assisted living facilities. I told him I had something that might interest him. No names at first, just a story. An elderly woman with a history of questionable behavior had once been considered for a caretaker role. Through the community's senior program, I told him about what happened with Lily. Not emotionally, just the facts. Ree didn't need much convincing. He said he'd look into it. I didn't need the law. Not yet. I just needed the system to start noticing her. By Monday morning, my parents were gone. I changed the locks while they were at the grocery store. When they came back, their stuff was in boxes on the porch. My mother pounded on the door for 20 minutes. I didn't answer. She threatened to call the cops. I told her to go ahead. I had already filed a statement at the station and had video footage from our doorbell cam showing her admitting to what they did. She stopped yelling after that. Lily stayed quiet most of that day. Emily sat with her on the couch while I contacted the school counselor. Told them Lily would be taking the week off. Didn't give details, just said there had been a family issue. They understood. They always liked her. By Tuesday, the calls started. My mom called 6 times, left 1 voicemail, said she was ready to talk. Ava texted me once, a single sentence. "You took it too far." That made me laugh. They thought they were still in control. That this was just one of those fights that would blow over. That I'd be back in a few days with my tail between my legs, apologizing because that's how it always used to go. But this time was different. This time I had a list. First item, Ava's job. She worked for a small insurance company that prided itself on family values and ran regular employee background screenings. Submitted an anonymous tip with audio from my doorbell camera, her saying they left Lily at the park because she needed to learn. I didn't need to say anything else. Her boss called her in for a conversation the next day. She was fired before the weekend. Emily, meanwhile, had started her own quiet campaign. She was polite, controlled, but methodical. She contacted my mom's church and shared a very calm, very carefully worded concern about her behavior with children. She didn't embellish. She didn't have to. By Friday, my mom had been encouraged to take a break from all volunteer activities. That was her pride, organizing events, hosting community luncheons, reading Bible stories to the kids on Wednesdays. Gone. They still hadn't said sorry. Not once. And Lily still hadn't told us what happened in the hours she was alone. She was sleeping in our room now. Refused to be left alone in any room with the door closed. The school counselor said to give her time, so we did. But I wasn't waiting. I had more plans. The worst part was still coming. By the end of the week, my phone was full of unanswered messages. First, it was my mom. Firm, cold, trying to reassert control. "This has gone far enough. You're being childish. We did what was necessary." Then came Ava, who leaned straight into guilt. "I can't believe you're doing this to your own family. You're letting your wife control everything now." And the one that almost made me laugh, "You're ruining our lives over a tantrum." Then the tone shifted. By Wednesday, the messages were full of panic. "Please, call us. Where is our stuff? We're being harassed." My mom said her church had temporarily suspended her from all activities and that someone had posted malicious gossip about her online. She didn't realize it had been Emily, and she hadn't seen anything yet. I never replied. The only people I was talking to were Emily, Lily's counselor, and a few friends who were quietly helping with the next steps. And the guy I used to work with, who had called me back the same day I gave him the details. He pulled a few threads, told me something interesting. Turns out my mom had applied for a position as a substitute aide at a local daycare months ago. She hadn't told me, probably assumed it wouldn't matter. The background check had passed, barely. But had connections, people who looked at things more than once when someone gave them a reason to. On Thursday morning, that daycare received a detailed report about her handling of Lily, complete with audio from the doorbell camera and a full written statement signed by me and Emily. They didn't reply. They didn't have to. By Friday, my mom got an official letter from the daycare saying they'd withdrawn her application from their candidate pool and added her to their internal flagged list. That crushed her more than any voicemail ever could. But that wasn't all. I'd done some digging of my own. Ava was renting an apartment with a lease under someone else's name. She and my mom had been subletting under the table while waiting to find something cheaper. I made an anonymous call to the property manager, posing as a concerned neighbor. Mentioned suspicious behavior involving children and that the tenants were unlisted. I included just enough detail to sound like a tenant-specific door, parking space, the times they were seen moving in. 3 days later, they were served notice. 30 days to vacate. Not a conversation, a decision. Meanwhile, Lily had barely left our side. She didn't want to go back to school. Yet, Emily stayed home with her, helping her ease back into a routine. Sometimes, she played quietly, Sometimes she curled up and stared at nothing for hours. She still didn't talk about what happened at the park until she did. It was just past midnight. Emily was asleep. I was on the couch half watching something. Unmute when I heard soft footsteps. Lily stood there holding her blanket. "Can I tell you now?" she asked. I muted the screen. She came and sat next to me. She said they got mad because she didn't want to eat what my mom cooked. That she cried and asked for her mom. That Ava told her to stop being a baby. When she got louder, my mom said she was too much and needed to learn. They told her they were going for a walk. They walked her to the playground and sat with her for a bit. Then they got up, told her she could come home when she was done acting, and they left. She waited. The sun went down. She said she thought they'd come back. She waited until it was too dark to see the path. Then she got scared. She cried until her throat hurt, then stopped because it didn't help. A woman gave her water, asked her questions, but she was too afraid to go with her. She said she thought if she left, no one would find her. So she waited again until the police came. She told me all of this with the kind of flat voice you hear from people twice her age, like she wasn't even there when it happened. I didn't sleep after that. The next morning, I updated the police report and gave them the full story. The officer was sympathetic. Said they need Lily to testify for anything to move forward. I knew she wouldn't, not yet. Maybe not. Ever. But that didn't matter because by now their lives were already falling apart. My mom had lost her reputation, her community, her chance at a second career. Ava had lost her job, her apartment, her social circle. Even her boyfriend had gone quiet after Emily accidentally ran into him at the grocery store and told him exactly what happened. And this was just the beginning because I knew something they didn't. There was one more person they didn't want involved. And she just found out what they did. The message came at 7:43 a.m. It was from Ava's ex, Daniel. They hadn't spoken in almost 2 years. Their breakup was messy, loud, and very public. The kind of implosion you can't clean up with time. But Daniel and I had always gotten along. Not friends exactly, but enough shared history that when Emily filled him in on what happened at the store, he didn't ignore it. His message was short. "I heard what they did. I have something you might want to see." We met for coffee that afternoon. He brought his old laptop and a portable drive. Said he'd been holding on to it out of spite, not really knowing why. But after what he heard, he decided it was time. What he had was a hard drive full of video backups from the security system in the house Ava and my mom used to live in, the one we'd all helped clean out after they couldn't afford it anymore. The cameras had been left running for weeks after they moved out. And during that time, Ava and my mom had made some choices. Some of the footage was petty, gossip, arguments, backhanded comments about friends and neighbors. But 2 videos stood out. One was from nearly a year ago. My mom yelling at Lily during a visit, screaming at her for refusing to hug Ava, telling her she was ungrateful and manipulative. Lily couldn't have been older than 7. The second was worse. It showed Ava mocking Lily during a family dinner, mimicking her voice, calling her a soft little idiot. My mom was in the background laughing. Neither of them knew the camera was there. Daniel had labeled the clips before giving them to me, just numbers and dates. But when I clicked play, my blood went cold. I didn't send them to the police. Sent them to Ava's old boss, the one who had already fired her. I knew he'd kept copies of her HR file, and I knew he still had pull in the industry. Then I sent them to the admin at the church my mom used to work with. Just an anonymous link, no message, no explanation. Let them draw their own conclusions. I also posted one clip, the tamer one, to a parenting forum my mom was active on under a different name. A video of her berating Lily for crying after a scraped knee. She didn't hit her. She didn't scream, but it was enough. Her account was deleted within the hour. That night, I finally called her. She picked up on the first ring. "Hello, You have 1 hour, I said, to call me back and apologize to Lily, to Emily, for what you did. One chance. There was silence. Then she hung up. She didn't call back. 2 days later, Ava texted again. This time it wasn't rage or guilt. It was panic. You need to stop. Please, we're being followed. I lost my second interview. Someone emailed them that video. They knew everything. They weren't being followed, but they were being watched in the way. A reputation dissolves in real time, like ink in water. Word spreads, eyes shift, trust erodes. Their names were being quietly removed from lists. Their messages were being left unread. The same community that used to eat out of their hands now avoided them in grocery aisles. And Lily, she was getting better. She still didn't like being alone, but she laughed more, started drawing again, slept through the night. She began asking to see her friends, to go to the library, to walk with us around the neighborhood. Slowly, the fear was loosening its grip, but mine wasn't, because I still had one card left. Ava and my mom thought I was punishing them for one thing. They didn't know I'd found out about the other. I didn't sleep after watching the footage. Not the one with the screaming or the mocking. I could rationalize those, chalk them up to cruelty and arrogance. Sure, but not surprise. They were who they always were. It was the third clip Daniel sent me that kept me up. Ava was on the phone pacing. This was 1.5 years ago. She was talking to someone about money. She mentioned an account, my father's account. He passed away 4 years ago. Left a small inheritance that was supposed to go into a college fund for Lily. My mom had been in charge of setting it up. At the time, I trusted her. But in the video, Ava said something that twisted my stomach. He still thinks the account exists. We just shifted it. She'll never notice. It's not like they check statements. He's too soft. I watched that clip 3 times before I believed it. Then I went to the bank. The account was closed 2 years ago. The money, every cent, was gone. I didn't say anything to Emily yet. I wasn't ready for her rage. I wanted to be sure. Requested a full records check. Took a few days, but when it came back, the names were right there. My mother, Ava. They drained Lily's college fund and rerouted it into a personal account listed under a shell LLC Ava had created. Then it disappeared. The amount wasn't massive, but it was enough to buy silence. $37,000. I sat with that number for a while. Let it burn. Then I acted. I contacted a lawyer. Quiet, experienced, ruthless. I showed him everything. The bank statements, the video, the messages. He smiled once, and it wasn't friendly. He helped me file 2 things. A civil lawsuit for misappropriation of funds and a form of fraud complaint with the state. I knew how they'd react. They'd panic. They'd scramble. But they had no defense. The money trail was clear. The video was damning. And the law was on my side. When the court letters arrived, Ava called me at 3 a.m. I let it ring out. The next day, my mom left a voicemail sobbing. She said they were going to lose everything, that it was all a misunderstanding, that this wasn't how family handled things. I forwarded it to my lawyer. Emily was the one who made the next move. She contacted every friend Ava had. People she partied with, worked with, leaned on. She told them about the lawsuit, told them about the fraud. She didn't embellish, just the facts. By the end of the week, Ava's name was removed from 3 group chats and blocked by 2 people she used to consider backup family. Her world was shrinking fast. But I wasn't done. I reached out to Lily's old pediatrician, explained what had happened calmly, respectfully. I said I wasn't asking for a diagnosis. I just wanted a note in her file, something that would protect her from ever being left with those people again. He added a flag, a red one. It meant if my mother or Ava ever showed up in a medical setting claiming custody, they'd be reported immediately. Then I did something I'd wanted to do for years. I canceled the family phone plan. My mom had been piggybacking on it since I was 19. Said it was easier. She hadn't paid a bill in a decade. I shut it down mid-call. She had to find out at the pharmacy. Emily and I took Lily to the beach that weekend. She found a shell she liked and told us she wanted to go back to school soon. We didn't talk about my mother. We didn't talk about Ava. We talked about waves and ice cream and which library book she wanted next. It was the first time Lily smiled all day without hesitation. And while she played in the sand, I checked my phone. Another voicemail from Ava. This one was different. Not anger, not panic, just one sentence. We know what you're doing and it's going to come back to you. That was the moment I knew they were truly afraid. Because for the first time in their lives, they had no cards left to play. I didn't throw a final punch. Didn't need to. By then they were already down, financially unstable, socially erased, clinging to scraps of relevance in a town that quietly pushed them out. The people they used to gossip with, lean on, call when they needed a favor, all gone. No one was answering anymore. I let silence do the rest of the work. And then I closed the door myself. I sent 2 letters, handwritten, one to my mother, one to Ava. No return. Address, no fanfare, just a message they would never forget because it was the last thing they'd ever get from me. This wasn't revenge. This was correction. You were warned, given chances, protected, and still you harmed a child. My child. There is no forgiveness. There is no contact. From now on, we do not know each other. I dropped the letters in a public box outside Lily's school where I waited with Emily every morning. Felt right. The days after were quiet, almost too quiet. Lily adjusted faster than we expected. School helped. Her counselor helped. Muffin helped. That little mutt with crooked teeth and weird energy became her shadow. She started talking more, laughing without flinching. One night she even brought out a picture she'd drawn of our family. It was just the 3 of us, no one else. Emily cried when Lily wasn't looking. I didn't. I had already cried everything out. We stopped hearing from Ava after the court date came and went. No response, no defense. Our lawyer pushed through a default judgment. Technically, they now owed us restitution. It'll never be paid, but that wasn't the point. The point was that it existed on paper, legally binding forever. The name of their fake LLC was dissolved. My mother lost her car, repoed after she couldn't make the payments. The community center she used to volunteer at finally took her off the board after someone submitted those old videos to the city's family services. Contact. Ava's name was quietly passed around in hiring circles with a red flag next to it. No one would touch her now. I knew all of this because I watched, not because I wanted to gloat, but because I wanted to make sure it was done. And then it was, or at least I thought it was. 2 weeks later, I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. You don't get to do this and just walk away. No name, no punctuation, just that. I blocked the number, deleted the message, told myself it didn't matter. They were out of moves. They had nothing left. But a few days after that, I got a call from Ree. He said someone had filed a Freedom of Information Act request regarding the fraud complaint. Not the press, not a lawyer, someone anonymous. The file would be heavily redacted, but the fact they filed it at all, someone was still digging. Could be them, Ray said. Or someone close. Maybe someone new. Just keep your eyes open. I didn't tell Emily. We just painted Lily's room the color she picked out. We were finally feeling like a whole family again. I didn't want to poison that moment, so I put the court documents in a fireproof box. I stored the videos on a separate drive, hidden inside a folder no one would stumble across. Printed everything, text messages, voicemails, emails, and locked it all in a drawer in my office. Not because I thought we needed it again, but because I know them. They don't come back with apologies. They come back with plans. They wait until you've stopped looking over your shoulder, until you think it's safe to exhale, and then they test the fence again. But this time, if they ever come back, there won't be warnings. There won't be letters. There won't be a slow unraveling. Just a final ending, and they won't see it coming. Sometimes, late at night, I'd find myself checking the security cameras even though I knew no one was coming. Just habit now. Emily caught me once and didn't say anything. She just came and sat beside me until I turned it off. We both knew the war was over, but every so often, I'd hear a car pause a second too long near our driveway, and I'd wonder. Now on to the next story. Story 8. While I was fixing my dad's car, he recorded me and sent it to the family chat. Look at this loser. He's fixing cars for free. Then cousins were laughing in the chat. Then Dad sent it to Facebook and wrote, look at this failure. I got angry and left. 3 days later, my phone exploded with calls from Dad and relatives begging me to undo what I did, but it started with the damn alternator. My dad's old Ford wouldn't start, and he couldn't afford to take it to a shop. He called me like he always did when something broke, not because he respected my time or skills, but because I wouldn't charge him. He just expected it. I had worked that morning, but I dropped everything and drove over. I thought maybe this time would be different. Maybe he'd offer me something small in return. Thank you, some lunch, something. Instead, he handed me a lukewarm Gatorade, mumbled something about how it shouldn't take long, and went back inside to watch TV. I was out in the driveway, under the hood for almost 2 hours. The sun was brutal. My arms were covered in grease, and my back was killing me from bending over the engine. My shirt was sticking to my skin, and every bolt I touched felt like it had been welded. But I wasn't complaining. I was used to it. At one point, I saw him out of the corner of my eye standing on the porch. He had his phone in his hand filming me. I thought maybe it was one of those weird dad things, like he was proud but didn't know how to say it. I even gave a little nod to the camera like an idiot. I didn't realize what he'd done until I checked my phone during a water break. I had a bunch of notifications from the family group chat. Usually it's just boring forwarded memes and birthday messages. But this time, it was a video of me hunched over the engine wiping sweat from my brow with the back of my hand. And the caption, look at this loser, fixing cars for free like it's 1952. I just stared at it. Then the comments started. My cousins Nathan, Eric, and Josh jumped in first. LOL. Classic Kyle. Let me know when he's done. I got a toilet that needs scrubbing. Should have at least gone to trade school, bro. Even my aunt threw in a he's such a sweet kid. Bless his little heart. Which kind of made it worse. I wasn't even angry yet. Not until I saw the screenshot my coworker sent me 5 minutes later. My dad had uploaded the same video to Facebook publicly with a new caption. Check out this loser. Free work and still slow. Over 60 comments, some from people I haven't heard from since high school. Laughing, tagging others, sharing people I used to be friends with, girls I used to like. One guy said, didn't that guy cry once in gym class? And it got 19 likes. I didn't say anything. I didn't respond to the messages. I just put my tools back in the trunk, closed the hood, and drove away. No goodbye, no explanation. I stayed with a friend that night, told him I needed space. He didn't ask any questions. On the third day, my phone started blowing up. 30 missed calls, voicemails, one from my mom sobbing, another from my dad that started out quiet and ended up screaming. My cousins texted too, suddenly trying to sound friendly. Then my uncle messaged me directly. Kyle, what did you do? Fix this now. I just stared at the screen because they had no idea. They had no idea what I had done. They thought I was the same kid who used to take the heat and say nothing. The one who sat quietly at family barbecues while they joked about my hobbies, asked if I still lived in my car, if I still played mechanic like it was a phase. They didn't know that I had been planning my exit for months. Not from the family, but from the whole passive version of myself that they were used to kicking around. What none of them realized was that fixing cars wasn't just a hobby anymore. I'd been building something behind the scenes. I'd been flipping cars on the side, slowly accumulating money. I registered my own LLC. Had a shop lined up, papers filed, business name locked down, and 2 weeks. Before that Ford broke down, I'd made a deal with a small local shop that needed an experienced hand. The owner was ready to retire. We finalized the transfer. Was about to take over a business, a real one. So, when I pulled out of the driveway, I didn't just go to my friend's house. Went to my soon-to-be garage and worked late into the night, called the guy who sold it, asked if he'd mind speeding things up. He said yes, he liked my hustle. By the time the family chat was over, the paperwork was done. I had the keys in my hand. But that wasn't what started it all. That's not why they panicked. 3 days after my dad's post, I uploaded something of my own. A video just like his, except mine was shot in my new shop. Clean, organized, with a bright red Mustang. On the elevator behind me, I looked right into the camera. No anger, just facts. Some of you may have seen a video recently where I was called a loser for fixing a car. That car was my dad's. He didn't pay me. I didn't ask him to. But here's the thing. While he was busy filming me and laughing, I was out here building something. This is my new shop. I own it now. It's mine. I stepped aside so the camera could see the room, the tools, the framed license on the wall, the name of the shop, Free Labor Auto. I paused. And yes, it's named after the joke. Thanks for the marketing, Dad. Then I smiled, not because I was proud, but because I knew what was coming next. Within 24 hours, the post exploded. People shared it, commented. DMs started coming in from strangers offering support, asking for work, saying they were related. Other mechanics began tagging me. The local news even reached out. And my dad called me 7 times in one morning, left 4 voicemails. Then he posted a status. Some people are ungrateful. They twist the truth to make themselves look good. Family first always. He got 5 likes, all from relatives. But then a funny thing happened. My cousins, the same ones who had been laughing, started messaging me. Josh texted me directly saying he didn't mean anything by it and that he thought what I was doing was actually sick. Nathan shared my shop post on his own story. Eric commented with fire emoticons, like nothing happened. And then my uncle, the one who told me to fix it, tagged me in a post offering to sponsor a family car day at my shop. They were all trying to get back on board. They had no idea I wasn't done. I ignored the messages at first, let them pile up. I watched them twist themselves into knots, trying to sound supportive like they'd always believed in me. I wanted to see how far they'd go. Then my dad showed up at the store. Was in the middle of changing the oil in a customer's Civic when I heard someone banging on the windshield. I looked up and there he was, standing outside like a man who just realized the ATM ate his last 20. I didn't move. I just stared until my coworker unlocked the door. He walked in like he owned the place. Didn't even say hi. Just started telling me that I was being dramatic, that I had humiliated him in front of his whole family, that I had made him look like a fool on the internet. Not once did he mention the original video. Then he said, the thing that finally broke me, you wouldn't have this place if it wasn't for me. I actually laughed. Not because it was funny, but because it was delusional. He was trying to tell me to take down my video, that I should make a new one where I thanked him. For what? I asked. For mocking me? For calling me a loser in front of hundreds of people? He went on to say that the family was uncomfortable with all this public drama, that it was embarrassing for them, that I needed to fix it like I'd broken some sacred rule. So I fixed it. Uploaded a new video that night, a long one. Not just me talking. This one had transcripts, clips from the Facebook post, group chat screenshots, voicemails, a compilation of the laughter, the abuse, the smug texts, each one neatly displayed with names blurred just enough to raise doubts without completely obscuring them. Then I did something I hadn't planned. I opened a folder I'd kept for years. Photos, messages, recordings, not just of the car, but of growing up in this house. The times my dad humiliated me in front of friends, family, teachers. The time he showed up drunk at my graduation and heckled my name. The time he told my college girlfriend that I was too soft for her. It was all there, layered and ugly. I didn't tell a sob story. I just laid it all out and let people see the pattern. And then I ended it with this. I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm not asking anyone to cancel it. I just want to set the record straight. I'm not a loser. I'm not ashamed of where I come from. But I'm not going to let anyone, family or not, rewrite my story while I'm still writing it. This video hit harder than the first. The local garage community supported me. Again, but this time it went further. Mechanics all over the country shared it. Then therapists, then a nonprofit for adult children of abusive homes reposted it with a link to my shop. That's when things really took off. The next day I had 3 offers of sponsorship. A podcast invited me to be a guest speaker. An auto parts company offered to supply my shop for a year. Orders came in for branded merchandise. People were literally wearing free labor auto hoodies like it was a movement. And my family, they went nuts. The cousins who had switched sides started arguing on group chat. Some defended me, others doubled down, calling me an attention seeker, saying I was betraying the blood. One even tried to guilt me by sending an old photo of us as kids, saying, "You're really going to throw all this away." But the wildest part, my mom sent me a message. Said my dad was in the hospital. Panic attack, a real one. First, I thought it was a heart attack. And she ended her message with, "Are you happy now?" I read it 3 times. Then I turned off my phone because I wasn't done. I didn't rush to the hospital as my mother probably expected. I sat with the message, "Are you happy now?" and let it sink in. It was so true the way she made it about me, like I'd put it there, like his panic attack had just materialized out of my silence. Not from the years of manipulation or the lies or the circus he made of my life. Still, part of me needed to know if he was really there. So 2 days later I drove over, not to visit, just to see. I parked across the street from the hospital side entrance and waited. It didn't take long. There he was, not in a hospital gown, not attached to anything, just sitting in a wheelchair like it was a prop, wearing his usual windbreaker, cigarette in one hand, phone in the other. My mom was standing next to him, pacing like she'd rather be anywhere else. She kept looking at him as if waiting for a cue. He looked good, not frail, not scared, just annoyed. Finally, he handed her the cigarette and started scrolling through his phone like he was catching up on emails. It was like watching an actor take a break between scenes. I stayed in the car and watched until they went back inside. Then I went in, through the side entrance, and found a nurse near the elevator. I told her I was his nephew. She didn't even ask any questions. She just said he wasn't in cardiac care, had been discharged after some anxiety-related symptoms, and had come in mostly because he didn't feel like being at home. That told me everything. I left without saying anything. That night he called. I picked up. He started talking as if nothing had happened. No apology, no mention of the videos or the group chat or Facebook. Just straight to business. Said he had seen my video, the one where I laid it all out. Told me it was well done and that he respected the hustle. Then he said something that made me grip the phone tighter. "You're making a name for yourself now. You and me, we could make something out of this. A brand, father-son redemption arc. People eat that up." I didn't say anything. He went on. He said a local news station had contacted him, Channel 4 wanted to do a feel-good story on me. Said he talked to them, told them he was proud. Played the part of the misunderstood father who'd made mistakes but just wanted to make amends. Then he said this: "They want both of us on camera." I thought it would be good if we did it together. I already sent them some old pictures, from your 10th birthday party. Thought it would make a good story. I asked him outright why he thought I'd agree to that. He didn't even hesitate, Because you're not stupid. This is exposure. You want your business to grow, right? You want people to know your name. Well, this is the way. Play along, do. The interviews ride the wave. People love a comeback story. That's when I realized he hadn't learned anything. He didn't care what I said or what he did. He just saw the attention, the looks, the interviews, and that's when I knew it wasn't over. The next morning, it got worse. My phone started buzzing as I rotated tires at the shop. Notifications, mentions, a couple of missed calls. From people I hadn't talked to in months. I pulled up Instagram. He'd created an account at @the_real_free_labor_dad. First post, a selfie video of him in his truck holding one of my old wrenches like a prop. The caption read, "My son thinks I'm the bad guy, but every story needs one. Let's talk. #truth. The video was of him talking about how he pushed me hard because he believed in me, and how I was always sensitive but gifted, and how sometimes parents mess up the delivery but the intention is love. He said he regretted how he said things, but not why. The comments were a mess. Half were people supporting him. The rest were people tearing him apart. And he responded to both like it was his full-time job. He didn't panic. He was pivoting. I just stared at the screen for a long time, because what he didn't know, what no one knew yet, was that the whole time he was calling, gaslighting, spinning his little social media saga, I was recording. Every call, every voicemail, every manipulation, every fake offer of help. Every plan to exploit my story for ratings. I had hours of audio, clear, crisp, damning, and I wasn't saving it for legal reasons. I saved it for something else. I didn't respond to anything he posted for an entire week. I let him run wild. Let him play the role. More videos, more TikToks. One had him standing in front of his garage pretending it was his shop and saying, "This is where my boy got his first wrench." Another showed old photos of me as a kid, superimposed over dramatic music. The caption, "I raised him tough. He may hate me now, but the world made him tough. I just prepared him." The comments were disgusting. People telling him he was a great dad, a misunderstood hero of the old school, that I was the ungrateful one. One woman even wrote, "I wish my dad was like you." It wasn't just creepy. It was getting dangerous because my name was in every video. My store, my face, my life, and customers were starting to get confused. One guy came in and asked if the TikTok dad would be there for photos. Another woman said she wanted to make an appointment, but only if the whole father-son story was true. He monetized the pain, turned it into a brand while I did the real work. So I texted him, told him I'd been thinking, maybe we should talk. Maybe Channel 4 was the right move. He replied within minutes in all caps, said he'd bring some notes and content ideas to the workshop. Called me champ. Told him to come alone. Early. Saturday, just us, off the record. Saturday morning, he showed up 15 minutes early as usual. Dressed nicer than usual too. Polo shirt tucked in, teeth whiter than I remembered. Looked like he was ready for a press shoot. Walked into the store like nothing happened. Said, "Look at this place. My boy's really doing it." I didn't answer, just pointed to the chair across from my desk. There was a folder on it. He sat down, opened it, read the contract. It was clean, legal, drafted by a lawyer friend of mine who owed me a favor. The document stated that he could no longer use my name, face, business, or story in any content, interviews, or personal branding. He couldn't set foot in my business again unless invited. No exceptions. When he got to the last line, he laughed. He said, "You're really going to try and cut your own father out of the biggest moment of your life?" I said nothing. I just pointed to the Bluetooth speaker on the shelf behind me. The red light was flashing. He looked at it. Then he looked at me. "You're recording this?" I told him I was recording everything. Every voicemail, every phone call, every fake apology, every plan he hatched behind closed doors. Said I had them stored in a cloud ready to drop with timestamps, context, and witnesses. He started to go ballistic, said I was paranoid, that I was turning into a real little snake. Then he said something that made me grab the edge of the table. You think you're protecting yourself? You think this is going to end with your stupid store? Channel 4 is already in. I gave them a full interview yesterday. Told them how you cut me off, how you're mentally unstable, how I'm worried about you. I stared at him. He smirked. You think I don't know how this game works? First, one to cry wins. Then the door to the back office opened and in walked Jenna. Not just Jenna. Behind her was my old friend Marcus, the guy who helped me file my LLC, holding his phone and live streaming the whole thing. Jenna said, "We've been listening from the beginning." Marcus added, "You're done, Frank." My dad's eyes went dead still. His face looked for the first time like he was actually trying to figure out if he could spin this. Jenna had the texts. She'd been texting him for weeks. At first, pretending to be on his side, feeding him lines, encouraging him to talk. She even got him to admit that the hospital visit had been staged. He told her in a voicemail that he needed a break from all the hate and thought a little sympathy would help his following. We had everything: audio, video, text, dates. And Marcus, he streamed it live to over 12,000 people. He titled it, "The Real Story Behind Free Labor Auto, Exposing the TikTok Dad." My dad stood up, face white. He started screaming that this was a setup, that we were setting him up, that the family would never forgive us. He stormed out the door, muttering something about lawsuits. But we already knew there would be no trial, no redemption arc, no father-son channel. He built a fantasy version of himself online, and now the truth was out, raw and permanent. But even after all that, I wasn't done, because Channel 4 was still planning their piece. And I had one last phone call to make. After he left the shop, slamming the door like a child denied candy, I stood there in silence for a while. Jenna and Marcus didn't say anything either. No high fives, no celebration. It didn't feel like a victory. Felt like cleaning up something rotten that had been there for too long. Jenna stayed for a while, helped me go through the files and make sure we had everything stored safely. She didn't say much about the family, just that she was done pretending the group chat hadn't been toxic for years. Before she left, she said, "They'll turn on you before they thank you." She wasn't wrong. By Monday, I'd already received a message from my father's sister saying I'd humiliated the family name, that whatever I thought I'd revealed, I'd only made things harder for everyone. Then another from my cousin, Nathan, who said I had taken things too far. Suddenly, the same people who laughed at me for fixing a car were now experts on forgiveness. And Channel 4, they called. I picked up the phone, ready to turn it off. But the producer surprised me. She said they'd seen the stream. They'd seen the TikToks and they were dropping it. No segment. They decided to pivot. Instead, they were going to do something about small business owners who had to cut toxic family ties to survive. A profile on me. My story, my business, no dad, no redemption, just the truth. I said I'd think about it. Then I looked at my phone. Over 30 missed calls, voicemails, messages from numbers I didn't recognize. Relatives, strangers, even a local pastor who said he'd prayed about it and thought reconciliation was the Christian way to go. So, I took one last step. I went to the nearest phone store, got a new SIM card, new number, told the guy at the counter to delete every contact on the old card. Didn't back up anything. When I walked out, my phone was empty. No notifications, no names, no sounds, just mine again. Later that night, I took a picture of the store, the outside with a new sign. Finally up. Bold, clean, free labor auto. I posted it with one sentence. Built. Out of disrespect. Running on peace. I turned off comments, blocked the old group chat, blocked my dad, didn't announce anything. No dramatic exit speech. Just gone. And for the first time in my life, it felt like the noise had finally stopped. No more fixing what they broke. Now it's just me and the work. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.